Good evening. Tonight we're going to be doing some duty roulettes with Machinist. Of course, you don't have to be a machinist to be a part of the stream. But welcome. I'm very surprised. I don't think I've started a stream with this many people waiting for it before. Hope you're all having a nice evening. If you are in a European data center, then you might be able to join us for some of the roulettes that we're going to be doing. This is of course entirely optional. Looks like there was almost some sort of conversation before the stream started, but I only got like the last message of it. Thank you, X-Rolf, and welcome to the stream. And hey Lawrence, how are you doing? Hey Robert. Hey Robert, how are you doing? We'll basically just be going down the list of duty roulettes, and I will be using Machinist, and I fortunately have Zip, who will hopefully be playing like tanks and healers and things like that, but if it doesn't, that's okay. Hopefully the queues won't be too long. Right now he's a weaver for some reason. I think he's doing the dwarven beast tribes. Robert says I am well, how are you? That is good to hear, I am also well, and hey, Gunsmokes. But we're starting with the expert roulette, so that is level 90 stuff. So, something interesting regarding Machinist is that in the next 2 days, I will be releasing like starter guides and high-level guides on Machinists to explain all of the stuff in detail, but given that my schedule usually leaves Tuesday for streaming night, that is the optimal time to do some Machinist stuff, like practical stuff, so that you can see how it goes in random content. We have the newest dungeon. I think without context it is not that spoilery. We hit all 4, then it's only worth it if we can hit everything at once. Exo said, I thought we were having even more changes. No. Fortunately not. Pretty sure that the Machinist is finally safe for a moment. The hardest part about Machinist in dungeons is that some of its tools that work extremely well together, that needs to be like set up in a very strict way to do that, are really handy to have on AoE, which means, for example, that you might not find Wildfire particularly helpful in a pack of enemies, but Barrel Stabilizer is very useful on AoE, like right out the gate. But if you split those up too heavily, you're not going to like that. And Gunsmoke says, do I have to finish Endwalker to do level 90 dungeons? Yes, yeah, you will have to finish Endwalk to do that, because all of the level 90 dungeons I am like 99% sure has as a prerequisite that you need to have done the Endwalker story up to level 90. I believe some of them you just have to finish, like you have to reach the credits. But you do have to reach the credits. And hey, Sansu. Speaking of job changes, I don't even know what to expect of any job coming in. Where are they coming from? Coming from over there. Oh, I messed up a bunch of things right there, all at once. Some potency changes on Paladin. I think that one is very likely. I've heard that despite everything with the Paladin rework, the main concern is that Paladin isn't that strong. Like, it's more consistent and has better, like, potential DPS in a coordinated raid team than old Paladin might have had, I've heard. But it's not better, which isn't good enough. If Paladin was supposedly the weakest tank, then it's not good enough that you're slightly more consistent if you're still the weakest tank after a complete rework like that. So I could see potency changes. That sounds very reasonable to me. Left slam, his left. And Exo says, I'm interested to see what they do with Dragoon. Yeah, last stream when we did the MSQ stream, we had a talk about what could change. Well, more likely, I asked what people would like to see changed about Dragoon. Like, we're going to get a rework. That is going to happen. That is 100% in the cards. That part we're not going to avoid. But we can talk about what they're going to change. Oh boy. I should have used Bioblaster there. A key thing with Flamethrower for Machinist is that it is one of the weirder buttons in the arsenal. Because even though it does slightly more DPS than Auto Crossbow and Scattergun over like the course of a fight, it has shorter range than both of them. So one of the reasons why Flamethrower is so disliked as a tool for the Machinist is more the fact that you will often not hit all of the targets, which is not very optimal for an AoE attack. It could have helped so much if Flamethrower had slightly more range than Scattergun and Auto Crossbow, but it instead has like 2/3 of the range. Hey Mally, how are you doing? Sansa says, Dark Knight is my second most played job, but I would really like to see them do a lot of changes to it. First, they could get rid of some button bloat. I think there are other jobs that are also in line for that one. Oops, wasted some battery gauge. It's fine. Soul Nebula. That is a good point. I remember some months ago I read someone that like made an example suggestion of what changes they could make to Dark Knight. It was very driven by the fact that they wanted the old Dark Arts mechanic back. And if you started playing Final Fantasy XIV in Shadowbringers, you will have no idea what that is. Dark Knight worked way different in Stormblood. It was like aesthetically it looked really strange because it was, how can I explain it, is that in Heavensward, as far as I understand, Dark Arts was like a mechanic that you would use sparingly because you only had so much MP and there were a lot of things that were stealing your MP from this and that. In Stormblood, they heavily reduced all of that, which meant that you had way more MP to work with, which resulted in this almost comedic situation where Dark Knight would use Dark Arts, like weave it after every GCD for like 10 GCDs in a row, which isn't a problem. Some jobs do something like that, but it was more that the animation for Dark Arts made it look a lot more special than something you would use 10 times in a row. That is more the reason why I feel like it looked kind of silly. It had this very fancy animation where you like get pulled up slightly into the air. It looked really cool, and the entire system of using Dark Arts was excellent because it gave you a lot of freedom to choose what you wanted to do. Like, you use Dark Arts and it would make your next weapon skill, spell, or ability in some cases stronger in some way. For example, if you used your 1-2-3 combos, like the basic 1-2-3 ones we have today, it would typically just add some extra damage to the attack, and that's it. But if you used it on something like Carve and Spit, the way that it worked was that it would either do like kind of whatever damage and recover MP, or you use Dark Arts and then it did like the kind of damage that Carve and Spit does now. Nowadays, Carve and Spit just does both. And Santo says, I wish Dark Knight had a couple less OGCDs and a few more GCDs. You only need to do 1, 2, 3 and Bloodspiller when about to cap. Yeah, I see what you mean. I can totally see what you mean. It's that it is... There isn't a lot, but I feel like, on the other hand, that the problem there is that tanks in general are sort of moving over to this style where you have just the one combo. If you came into Final Fantasy XIV before Shadowbringers, you will have been used to the fact that all tanks typically had 2 or 3 combos. But at the very least you had 2, because all tanks had an enmity combo that did like okay damage. In some cases it actually did more damage than your other combo. But in every case, you had at least 2 combos. Yeah, exactly, Kasadi. It was a very, very different system. The reason why it doesn't make that much sense to have it today is because many of the things that you may be acquainted with in Endwalker, with, for example, clemency for Paladin is quote-unquote useless because it's a damage loss to use. Most of the unique interactions with Dark Arts were that you would, at the cost of potency, get some sort of utility from an action. For example, there's this attack that the Dark Knights used to have called Dark Passenger, which would actually blind enemies that got hit if you use Dark Arts, but it would namely not do that much more damage if I remember correctly. So it was a DPS loss to use it. But enemies that could be blinded, you know, you could use it to heavily mitigate the damage you're going to take on an AoE pack at a small loss to your damage output. I keep running into wanting to use my heat, but something more important comes up. That's why I keep overcapping it. Am I going to miss? No, that landed. That fortunately landed. But I think at least the Stormblood version of Dark Knight, because that's the earliest version of Dark Knight I got to experience personally, was a lot more interesting than it is today. Specifically because you had a lot more options. What I mean by that is that we just take a moment to take a look at it. In Shadowbringers and Endwalker, you have this 1-2 AoE combo and you have this 1-1-2-3 combo. In Stormblood, you also had 2 AoE attacks, but one did damage and the other was Abyssal Drain, and if you used Dark Arts on it, it also did Lifesteal. Specifically if you did Dark Arts Abyssal Drain, but they both spent MP, which meant Dark Knight, unlike Warrior, could cleave for MP instead of TP, so you could spend all of your MP on AoE if you wanted to, and you would still be safe to return to your physical combos when you were out. Whereas Warrior had to, like, meter it out. I need to have enough TP to attack afterwards, and things like that. It is, I can see it. I would definitely prefer something more interesting than Edge and Flood of Shadow. And X-Rolf says, if anything, they need to give old Abyssal Drain back so Dark Knights aren't so squishy in dungeons compared to other tanks. That is a good point. They could make it so that when you use Flood of Darkness with the Dark Arts buff, and just in case anyone has been sitting here being completely confused what Dark Arts is, nowadays Dark Arts is the name of the buff that TBN gives you that makes your next Edge or Flood free. They could make it so that if you use, when you spend Dark Arts, it also makes it so that Edge or Flood of Shadows heals you for each target hit. That would give you a healing related reason to use TBN. Obviously you already have a defensive reason to use TPN, but I think it would be an interesting way to add this sort of healing component to the short cooldown defensive that Dark Knight has, where all the other tanks already has something. I think that would be a good way to go about it. Yeah, welcome to the Machinist stream, where we play Machinist and talk about Dark Knight. That's okay, we usually discuss all sorts of things on these streams. Oh boy. There was the benediction I could hear. That is one thing, X-Wolf, that other than Living Dead and Abyssal Drain, you don't even have very much healing for AoE. Dark Knight pretty much only has Soul Eater for consistent healing on single target. It's a bit dire. I think, if I remember correctly, numbers show that Dark Knight tends to make up for this extreme lack in self-healing capability by simply doing a lot of damage. Enough damage that you would still rather have a Dark Knight in some cases. But here's also an interesting question, speaking of changes. Have you guys played much Machinist? And if you have, are there any changes you would like to see for Machinist? Sometime in the future, maybe. Gunsmoke says, yeah, I'm so good at Machinist that I leveled it to level 30 real quick. Yeah, it took like 5 seconds. It took 0 seconds. And Seti says, AoE on the Queen, please. That is an excellent point. Machinist used to have 2 separate turrets they could put down, and one of them was AoE and one of them was single target. It wasn't perfect. A common problem was that tanks would have a lot of trouble being able to see where that AoE was because it wasn't very clearly displayed. But it was better than just saying, like, you have Wildfire and you have Automaton Queen as 2 cooldowns that are strictly single target. You sort of just have to use them anyway on AoE at times. So I can totally agree with that one. That Machinist has a lot of awkward spots on AoE because of that. That is of course helped by the fact that because of how Scattergun makes their heat and battery generation very different, it's somehow makes your single target and AoE rotations drastically different. That is a good point, Zeti. Why is Wildfire single target? Isn't Wildfire AoE, the explosion from Wildfire in PvP, isn't that an AoE? I can't remember for certain. The main interaction I have had with Wildfire in recent memory in PvP is, you know, running away from fights, starting to use my elixir, and then take 3000 damage from Wildfire, cancelling your cast. So I have to start over. And Exolf says, as far as things go raid-wise, Machinist is in a good spot. But I do think they need help with AoE damage in dungeons. I think it would be a good idea to add some AoE to their single target, like strictly single target tools that they have. That would make those aspects a little less awkward. You choosing to use Wildfire on single target comes with like the caveat of possibly not having it for the boss. And the fact that Wildfire is entirely only single target damage gives you even less incentive to bother using it on AoE for that reason too. Like normally in a dungeon there's an argument to be made that killing the trash packs as fast as possible is more important than killing the boss the fastest, because weirdly the trash packs, because of the wall-to-wall pulls, are the scariest parts of the dungeon, where there's the highest chance of things going wrong. So it would be safer to give it like 110% on the trash packs instead of on the bosses. But when you have an attack that doesn't really scale with the number of targets, you have to like find a target that is going to survive more than the rest of the pack so that it matters. And that is correct, X-Rolf. If you use Wildfire on the first pack, typically if you use your 2-minute cooldowns on the first pack, it should be ready for the boss. And the key word here is should. If you are in a particularly strong party, that will not be the case. If you're in a particularly weak party, Wildfire will typically be ready before the boss. And then you're put in the position of having to choose whether you want to use Wildfire again or save it for the boss. But it is true. I also talk about this aspect in my Sage guide, that you can use certain cooldowns and pretty much just assume that they're going to be ready because of how long like specific parts of a dungeon tends to take. And this also applies for Machinist. And that is exactly it. If you have Wildfire for the first pack after a boss or the first pack in the dungeon, using Wildfire there is the time to use it if you want there to be a decent chance that you will have it ready again for the boss. Smileton is a very nice dungeon. It's a shame that the first dungeons of an expansion sort of just drop into the the level 90 roulette that is done much less frequently than the expert roulette. So you will do those dungeons for the first patch or so, and then they sort of just completely disappear. Oh boy. Now we will have gotten through the high level stuff, and it's going to be possible for Gunsmokes to join us, I think, if they want to. Hey Tracy, how are you doing? "28 quests left of Stormblood." Almost to the cool dungeons. Which ones are the cool ones in Stormblood specifically? Here's a little trick if you ever get into Smileton as the tank. The second time that the boss puts mines down, if you're the tank and you use enough barrier, like enough shield that you take 0 damage from the mine, you can just run face first into the mine to delete it, and the particular mechanics that lead up after the placement of that mine tend to be designed around the mine being in the way. So if you, the tank, just delete it, it makes it way easier to deal with those mechanics. Case in point. And just for the sake of adding a little extra detail, I believe the only tank that might have problems doing this trick specifically is Gunbreaker, because you don't really have access to any easily accessible shields. Gunsmog says, I forgot to look at the boss. I actually forgot to look at the cast bar. It said right. Gunsmog wants the near dungeons. That's one expansion later. But if you want to, you can come along for 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons, or if you're that, if with how far you are in Stormblood, I suppose it'll be 50, 60. Oh look, mentor bonus. I'm just checking if I forgot to, if I missed anything in the chat. I don't think I did. Upgraded the ninja gear. That's good, Tracy. Well, I think we're already further faster than we were last week. I didn't keep count on the time in that regard. Tamtara Deepcroft. That's one of the harder ones, if I remember correctly. Oh boy, we're down to hotshot. And no auto crossbow. And very slow heat generation, so we need to be little sparing with using that. If I remember correctly, this is one of those dungeons that has like really evil mechanics. Especially when you're doing it for the first time. I tend to remember it better when I see the boss. Oh. Well, okay then. I didn't expect to die off that suddenly. Azadi says, the first boss is a sprout killer. Oh, is that the one with the zombies? The boss is Edda, isn't it? That's, the final boss involves Edda, yes, if I remember correctly. How about some more ads? Devil Gremory says, this isn't all Machinist. Well, I can only promise that I'm all Machinist. Yeah, sorry to tell you, but it is a duty roulette, and unless we had a full party, I don't think we're allowed to do that. Right. This boss. Remember correctly, the trick is that you don't want to attack the ads. You really don't want to attack the ads at all. You want to make use of the mechanic where someone gets an orange crystal over their head, or rather this one, to kill all of the ads. Like so. I suppose I could have been more clear with my stream description. I feel like Machinist only duty roulette is accurate enough, but I do suppose that it does sort of imply that no one is going to be a not Machinist. Oh, whoops. the accidental right click. I feel like I'm not saying that I have a full pre-made, so it wouldn't be possible for me to have Machinist only. So I hope people don't feel scammed. At least I'm going to be playing Machinist. Hey Nader, how are you doing? Been watching all of my videos lately. Awesome. I hope you enjoy them. Don't you just love the ambience of this dungeon? Sid asked in our little free company chat when he wasn't sure if we needed to do those defiled coffins. So, if you haven't done this dungeon before yourself, those walls and barriers are deleted by dealing with the defiled coffins. You might not be you might not know this if you've typically been in like a party where someone else just leads. Then you will typically never see those barriers without you actively going out to find them. This boss is also a little evil to Sprouts. Here's a tip: you can heal the NPC in the middle. But it's not at all obvious that you would be able to do that, or that you should do that for that matter. I think this is like one of the low-level dungeons that I've had the most wipes on, because in some capacity every boss I don't know why they wanted to share that with me. I don't know if that is shared. Nada says, I fell behind in the game and I'm playing Shadowbringers now. Oh, well. We all have to reach Shadowbringers at some point. I'm, as you may have seen, replaying the story on my Saturday streams. And we also got to Shadowbringers quite recently. Some players, I think, believe that Shadowbringers is where the best part of the story begins. Not to say that the Shadowbringers is the very best part, but to say that Shadowbringers and Endwalker combined are the best parts. So there is something to look forward to. Nada says, I enjoyed Stormblood a bit more. You know, on this channel, we've discovered that most of the people that join for the streams are in unanimous agreement that Stormblood is extremely underrated. Wait, we have an actual first timer. Whoops. An awkward triple weave there. Hopefully it doesn't mess up my wildfire, because this is my only chance to get it undisturbed. You like the boss designs? That is, I don't think I've heard that one come up as the specific subject that made one expansion better than the other. It's typically a story thing, sometimes a music thing. But that is actually that is also a point that is relevant when you're comparing expansions. Santu, you're saying Stormblood was your least favorite in terms of trials? But Susano is there. What's not to like? The sea's part for him alone. Wild and pure and forever free. Susano is actually awesome. Rise to the occasion. He is one of the most quotable bosses in the game. Robert says, I just finished it on Friday and it is phenomenal. 100% would join the big bad given the chance in Shadowbringers. I liked Stormblood. I like the dungeons and the trials there. I think what matters is a lot of like how memorable you found the characters in relation to the trials. And Sancho says, for expansions with the best trials, it's a tough choice between Shadowbringers and Heavensward. That's interesting. I feel like the Heavensward trials are like okay. The way I the way I remember them best is more about the fact that they are tedious on extreme in some capacity, because a lot of the Heavensward bosses have like a mandatory unavoidable 1 minute or more intermission. Even if you're, unsynced, you just have to sit there and wait for them to finish. That's not anything bad about the bosses, but that's more to say that's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of Heavensward. Hey, hey, Nimyawi. How are you doing? Yeah, as I said, the encounter being tedious doesn't make it less memorable. Hades, I feel, if you came into Shadowbringers early in Shadowbringers' life cycle, the Hades encounter would be a lot more memorable. The saddest part about the Hades encounter is that by the end of the expansion, when you had item level 530 gear, remember the start of the expansion was 430 if I remember correctly. At 530 there still was no item level sync on Hades, which meant that when people were doing it for the first time, if there was like 4 or 5 max level, like fully geared, decked out characters in the raid, and there was a genuine chance that these sprouts would have also, kitted out with up-to-date gear, because you just buy the crafted gear, you just completely steamroll Hades before he has a chance to do anything. Which makes the fight extremely underwhelming. The saddest part is that the dungeon that leads up to Hades does have item level scaling. So what happens is that the dungeon is really difficult. And then the trial after, the big grand finale, just before the credits and everything, is just meh. And Santos says, at least the scaling isn't as bad as Old Westwind. You know, I managed to experience like 2 or 3 mechanics of Cape Westwind in all my time playing. I don't recall ever seeing much more than that. Minimum item level, no echo Westwind. That does sound like fun. I don't know what it is with the difference between Shinryu and Hades, because they're supposed to be equally difficult, like in terms of where they are in the expansion. So I don't know why it is that Hades is like so much easier. Could make people fall and stuff. Hades could also make you fall in the second phase, I think. Didn't his cleave have a knockback? Or maybe I remember wrong. Anyway, I think Shadowbringers is like saved by the fact that some of the later bosses are a lot more interesting. The weapons series. I think the only one of the weapons that I managed to find time to do when it was current was Diamond Weapon. That was a good fight. Nada mentions the best mechanic of Shinryu Normal. You pull the boss, and then like 15 seconds in, he just sneakily places a knockback mechanic behind the raid. And either you know, or you see it, or you die. And depending on how many people die, you might have to reset. It's so funny that they add like that kind of mechanic would be so evil if they put it like halfway through the fight, but because it's at the very start, it's not so bad. I mean, for a normal encounter fight, it's like exactly as Nada puts it. It's very troll. I think, as I said, I think it would be worse if they put it halfway through the fight, or later for that matter. The simple fact that it is so early really compensates that. We'll just go again. No harm done. Oh yeah, Kosari, the knockback is quite strong. I think you die if you're not, like, if you're any further away than halfway across the arena. And that's pretty strong for a normal encounter. I think it's funny. Now, one of the reasons why I can't really do anything other than laugh about it is because I've learned that the best way for new players to like learn fights is to, you know, let them fail. Like, instead of trying to write them a small essay about every single little thing in the encounter before they even get a pull in, just let them try. See if they get it. Maybe some of the new players realize that something's weird when the boss uses nothing for the first 20 seconds, and then they turn the camera to find that there's a big waterfall behind them. Yeah. It's always a lot easier to teach players after they fail, because then they're much more willing to listen, because now the boss has proven that it is in fact capable of wiping you. You should listen, or at least try to learn the mechanic that killed you. And also that, Nader, often the written stuff doesn't make sense before you see it. Yeah, that's true, Nimiawi. If there's a mechanic that is particularly evil or straight up just impossible to guess, like if you can't see what the mechanic is supposed to, how the mechanic is supposed to be done, then it is a good idea if you just like briefly mention, oh yeah, there's this thing, but if you try to add too many words to a mechanic, then the sprouts will not get it. They will not get it. Exactly as you said, it's as Nader says, it's really difficult sometimes to make sense of the written stuff, because you need to see what it looks like to understand what they mean. A part of it is also that if I explain to you every single mechanic of a boss, then I explain to you the mechanics that matter and the mechanics that don't matter. And what I mean by that is, on that boss we just fought, the donut AoE that it does doesn't matter. It does not kill you. But I would explain it if I was to explain the boss. The beam that I move to one of the towers can hurt you a lot and might be able to kill you. But typically it won't. So it doesn't matter. Stacking on top of each other is bad if it does the line AoEs, because if both of the lines are on the same person, you might die if you're undergeared. But now here's the key word: you might, if you're undergeared. So again, it doesn't matter because it's not crucial for you to beat the encounter. So every single mechanic that boss we just did had is not significant enough for me to have any reason to mention it. But if someone asked for an explanation of the boss as we walked up to it, I would mention all of those things. But if we instead wipe because of one of the mechanics, then we can take it from there. Then I'll just explain the mechanic that wiped us. That one means I have to explain less, and two, you have to read less and play more. And most importantly, if you zone in, and now this is important for all the veteran players, if you zone in to a boss and there are sprouts, and you start explaining the boss before they even asked, you're robbing them of the opportunity to do the fight blind. And some players might appreciate having that. Like, some players would appreciate figuring it out on their own. And the thing is, the players that would like to have it explained can still get it explained after you try. So if you just wait until after you've given it a try and then you explain the mechanic that messed up, then both the blind players and the players that don't care can be happy. And Robert says, adding too many words in chat also means people will see block of text and just be like, nope, not reading that. Exactly. Exactly. Nope, I don't have time to read that. The tank is going to pull in like 5 seconds. Oh yeah, they reworked this boss. Completely forgot about that. Oh yeah, that's funny. When we were doing the MSQ replay series, we managed to experience a bunch of the reworked encounters in A Realm Reborn, but we managed to get through all of the encounters just in time before they reworked the Heavensward ones. For good or bad. Meow says, I came from WoW, so I'm thankful I understand the basic stuff and can catch on for the most part. Yeah, that's true. I think that also helps. And Nada says, it probably doesn't help that I play a healer, so I already have my hands full. Meow, my advice for trying out tanking or healing is to make use of the duty support system. I have mentioned this on previous streams as well. If you're scared of failing on these somewhat more brutally important roles with strangers, practice with NPCs. They don't mind. I'm sure Thancred will not say a word if you wipe 10 times. He doesn't mind. And the reason why I really do recommend that you try other roles is because understanding how the other players in your group thinks, understanding the kind of things that the other players in your group need to deal with, makes you a better player. As in, if you play ranged physical DPS, I can tell you, a player that plays all roles, can tell you that if you stand far away from the healer just to stand further away from the boss, you're not going to be good friends with the healer by the end of that dungeon. They're going to be really, really tired of having to cast single target heals on you separately because you're standing over in Norway. I don't know why I specifically used Norway as a distant country. But like, if you yourself, as a person that plays ranged physical primarily, just as an example, if you play healer yourself, you will start to notice this. You will start to see the things that a healer cares about, and it doesn't matter whether you're doing it with NPCs or real players. The point of the matter is that you will start to understand, you will be able to see it from the perspective of the healer and go, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't stand this far away. Just intuitively, because you have the experience. Yeah, it's I think that it's the best way to learn the game, to like learn how to one big aspect of mastering your job, like your main, is to understand all of the jobs you have to work together with. And ultimately you will have to work together with all jobs. So, learning all jobs will ultimately be very helpful. And SM says, I'm worried about tanking. And my last job to 90. It is scary. One of the scariest parts is how you're weirdly given like the pseudo leader hat because you have to do the pulling. Well, optimally, you have to do the pulling. And that sort of puts this expectation that you know where to go and what to pull and how much. Now, the good news there is that as you get to higher level dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV, the answer of where to go becomes extremely obvious, like to the point of there is only one way to go. So it's very difficult to get it wrong. And the answer typically boils down to pulling 1 or 2 packs. And that boils down to what you feel comfortable with. Well, that is the saddest hypercharge. Don't you just love it when you use your big cooldown and that's the moment the boss leaves? Thank you, SN. Oh right, I have Tactician. And Kogo has Yield Samba. So we managed to both use a 2-minute cooldown. In exactly the same moment. Oh dear. Many AoEs handle it. Is this the multi ones? I do believe so. It is not, apparently. It had every single thing, making it look like it was going to be the 4 or 5 back to back, but then it just wasn't. A lesser panda? That's not a lesser panda, that's a red panda. Lesser only in size to normal pandas, and in life expectancy, and intelligence, and fluffiness. Well, perhaps not fluffiness. Nader says, I just can't click with barrier healers. Well, if you main a pure healer, you will also eventually want to become, like, to really practice barrier healers to understand how your co-healers are going to play. I would say that the key difference between barrier healers and pure healers is that pure healers can much more easily deal with running out of resources. Like, you can much more safely overspend. As a white mage, it's not that bad if you use Benediction on a sort of meh reason. It's not that bad if you use Tetragrammaton on something that didn't need it. It doesn't matter if you use all of your healing cooldowns, because Cure 2 is pretty strong. Your lilies are pretty strong. Like, yeah, you're going to lose a lot more damage if you're doing that, but in that moment, that's probably not what matters here. What matters is survival. Meanwhile, as a sage or a scholar, if you run out of resources, you start to be like, well, I can cast a shield and then cast a bad heal in the meantime. Like, you're really, really dependent on your cooldowns to do a lot of healing. So if you overspend, you will run out of things. So both White Mage and Astrologian can much more easily get away with just tossing a cooldown here and there. And like, oh well, while Sage and Scholar, you kind of have to plan it. You kind of have to go into the dungeon with an idea of what you're going to go about, like how you're going to go about it. I don't know if you've seen it, Nada, but I have made a starter Sage guide that does include advice for how to deal with pulls, like how to use your cooldowns, how to meter them out, so that you have something for every pull in a dungeon. That doesn't suddenly make it go from difficult to trivial, not at all, but if you're not sure what you need to do when, then it might be super helpful to get like the initial information. You did watch it, but you need practice. That's fair. I've heard others that said, yeah, I did watch it, don't remember a thing because I'm not acquainted with any of the buttons. And that's also fair. It really, really helps to know what the buttons do, like, intuitively, and when all of your actions have weird names, that doesn't help either. And SM says your Sage videos is what brought me to your channel. Well, excellent! Perfect. You don't like Eucrasia? I like it. It's a little strange compared to the other healers, but I like it. And Forever World says, love playing Astrologian because of the cards. I like Astrologian. The idea of it. The thing that makes Astrologian a hard sell for me is, how can I say it? Ignorance is bliss in this particular case, because the fact that I have done the research and know how to play Astrologian optimally, which is way harder than just playing cards a little bit whenever you like, makes me strive to make those perfect, like, 3 cards every 2 minutes. But it's really difficult, especially if you don't, like, really main Astrologian. Hey Gunsmokes, do you know how to reset enmity with a striking dummy? Right click the health bar of the striking dummy up, like your target. Right click your target the striking dummy, right click your target and click reset striking dummy enmity. And Robert says, I was telling my friend I need to have Xenoglossy and Paradox ready for a fight we were heading into, and he just said, yeah, that's gibberish to me, so knowing the spells is huge to learning a job. Yeah, that's true. An interesting thing with Black Mage there is that that Xenoglossy and Paradox are both words for things that don't make sense. Like, paradox is, you know, something that can't happen for some reason. Xenoglossy is also something that shouldn't be able to happen. If you Google it, you'll see it's something like a person being able to speak, read, write, and understand and comprehend a language without ever having to learn it. Like, it just intuit. Like, imagine if you just woke up one day and were able to speak Spanish. And you don't already know Spanish. There's genuine possibility that some of you already know Spanish. And Nada, you're right. Sage does have too many weird names for all of their tools. Welcome back, Manny. How are you doing? What were you up to, more importantly? Oh yeah, we were going into trials next. And also, now that we've reached the point where the remaining content are 8-man, this is as good a time as ever to remind you that if your character is on an EU data center, like any European data center really, you're very welcome to join us. We are on Louisoix on Chaos. So that means the remaining content we will be doing is trials, alliance raids, normal raids, maybe frontline. That's a maybe. We're going to do the P8 normal, and we're going to do the new alliance raid, which is starting to be a little old. I just want to put it out there that if you want to come along and you are in Europe, you can join. If you want to make me able to invite you, you have to come to Louisoix and either send me a tell in-game or tell me what your name is in the live stream chat. Either way you choose to do it, you have to remember that your character name is going to appear on the stream. So, it's neither here nor there where you put it. But I need to be able to invite you. And yeah, Nimyao, we're still here, waiting for the worldwide travel. Nader says Christ into low level. We're doing trial now. That means, let's see, you would be able to join for trial roulette if you've gotten like, if you're past a realm reborn, you should be able to join. And if you're past a realm reborn, you should also be able to join for alliance raids. It's a little harder to join for normal raids. Is that you, Manny? I'm gonna need some identification here. There's you. Brings up notepad. Ada says, I thought we were doing high ones. We're doing roulettes. So, we're doing roulette, so if you have the trial roulette unlocked, you can join. If you are in the light data center, you will have to log out to the character selection, right-click your character's name, like over in the top right, and choose data center travel and travel to Louisoix on Chaos. If you are on a Chaos world, go to an Aetheryte. Go to the Aetheryte in either Limsolomensa, New Gridania, or Uldar. Talk with it and use the travel option, and then you can jump straight to Louisoix. And then you have two options. Either you write my character a message in game, which you can do by searching for my character's name and just sending me a tell and tell me who you are on stream. Or you write your character's name in the stream chat when you are in Louisoix. Or you can find me directly like Maniboba did. Did you read where my house was from somewhere? And that's true, Omega is in Chaos. I just went over all of the options so that if there's anyone else. that it is covered. Huh? Someone sent me something. Sip over here with the zingers. What is an astrologian's favorite sweater? A card again. 69. Does that mean you're on your way, Nader? Just checking so that we're not waiting for no one. You're unable to figure this out. Okay, so let me show you how you wait a minute. There's a free teleport there. Let me show you. You are on Omega. So here we are in Limselaminsa. Here's an Aetherite. Right click. Visit another world server. You click there, and then you find Louis Soir on the list. And click it. Does that make sense? And Gunsmokes explains how to find my house is go to the correct housing district and just look for the pink house in the correct ward. And said he also would like to join. Your name is Ruvia Freya. Whoops. What is your character name? Nader? Then we can see if you landed in the right spot. You might also just be able to see me since I'm running around in Limselaminsa. You're the one jump. Are you Krusty Cirque? Excellent. We have a pretty neat group. We're almost a full party. And I think we have a decent spread of roles. One day, we'll have a full party. Coco asks, how do you lean on walls? You need, I believe the emote, I believe it's called Ballroom Etiquette Winsome Wallflower or something like that. It's an emote that you need to buy. You can buy it in, like on Market Board if you want to. SM says, I wish I could join. I'm on Dynamis. Oh yeah, that's an NA, right? As I say, one day we'll have worldwide data center travel, and that's going to be a fun day. SM says, it's fun watching it grow, the new data center. It's getting closer and closer. You know, that just made me think, the first trial of Heavensward and Stormblood and even Shadowbringers, you could argue the boss is very excited to see you. Like, they genuinely want to fight you for fun. More so than death and destruction. That pattern is kind of broken in Endwalker. I'm not going to say who we're fighting there in case there's anyone that doesn't know. Bruh. Wildfire but no hypercharge. For the opener. Oh. Prelude to the slaughter. I would love to see like a date on when we're going to have worldwide data center travel, but I don't think we're going to see it until it's absolutely set in stone. Take wing, ye souls of war! Ow! It's funny with those Spirit Garner, if you ignore them, it is absolutely the fastest way you can wipe this encounter. Bloody Fuller? Does that mean my robot is here for nothing? Yep.
Rejoice in the glory of combat! Unyielding as the earth!
Oh boy, that's a hole in the wall. Can we kill him before he gives us the swift slaughter? Sip, I can't remember if that's a knockback. Very nice. I don't know how many got hit by that, but he has this mechanic that is not uncommon. It's a bit rare, but it's like a sort of universal kind of mechanic where he puts up shields on two sides of him. When you see the cast is close to finishing, the safest way to deal with such mechanics is just to completely stop attacking, namely untarget the boss. So that you don't auto-attack, because he's going to punish you equally whether it was an attack, like an action or auto-attack that you hit him with. And he hits back really hard. It's extra brutal if you're the tank, because you might not actually be able to attack him for a few seconds because he's facing you, and if his shield is in front of him, you can't do it. And Nada says, do we have 2 healers in the static? I believe we just have 1. We're either doing Alliance raid or normal raid next. I think we're just doing Alliance raid. Everyone should have that. Nada says, I want to know if I should go for a barrier healer or a pure healer. So, for me personally, if you're in a random group and you have 2 pure healers, it's usually not a big deal, because most of the things that pure healers can do stack. It's mostly a problem if you have 2 astrologians, because their cards will not stack and their divination will not stack. But all of their defensive tools typically will stack in the parts that matter for like a random group. One of your party members does not meet the requirement for this duty. What? We all have Crystal Tower unlocked, right? Or was someone in the wrong job? Everyone has that should be mandatory to reach beyond the Realm Reborn, and we just did Ravana. I'm just asking to be sure, because if you're a returning player that progressed before it was mandatory, then it is possible if you haven't progressed your main quest since. Because here's a little fun fact. Crystal Tower was not mandatory until some time in Shadowbringers. I don't even think it was mandatory to have done Crystal Tower to enter Shadowbringers at first. Which, when you think about it, makes no sense. Like, chronologically in the story, it makes no sense. Let me just try again. One of your party members does not meet the requirements. So, to check whether you have the requirements, you need to check, do you have these 3 raids? You have these 3 raids unlocked? And I'm pretty sure you only need these 3 raids to get access to Alliance raid. Alternatively, open your duty finder and check, do you have Alliance raids as a queue option? But I know that it's a little ridiculous to need to check that, but the game is strictly telling us that we aren't meeting the requirements, which means that someone doesn't have it. Nada says, you don't have the Alliance raid done? Really? Well, are you a returning player, Nada? That's really funny. What are the chances of that? Kind of. Okay, so in that case, Nada, what you will probably run into is if you try to progress your main quest. If you try to progress your main quest, there's a very high chance that the game will flat out tell you that you need to do the Crystal Tower to progress any further. The Crystal Tower, and we're not going to be doing it now, I suppose, we'll see if we can do normal raid, is started... that raid is started here. I think there's a chance the MSQ will tell you where to go, but it is started in Madonna. And you need to complete the whole thing. You might be wondering why that is, and especially why it is retroactively mandatory. The reason why it is retroactively mandatory is because in Stormblood, the Crystal Tower wasn't significant to the story, but in Shadowbringers, it is. It is crucial to the story, in fact. It makes no sense without it. So that's why it's mandatory now. Well, in that case, we will see if we can do normal raids instead. And then the follow-up question is, of course, does everyone at the very least have a few of the Alexander encounters? I think, Nada, I think you might not have the prerequisites to participate in the rest of the roulettes that we have. So I don't mean to like boot you out in the cold, but we cannot do the rest of the of the roulettes otherwise. But you're still welcome to hang out at my house. That is still an option. Right, well, we already checked for normal raid, so we do normal raid. And Sip says, if we get a boss that requires a tank swap, can you scream tank swap at me? I don't believe Alexander Prime has a tank swap mechanic. And we have no melee DPS. I was wondering what on earth was happening with all the buffs. So if I remember correctly, the scary thing with Alexander Prime is that he randomly casts what amounts to like mini tank busters, although mini is is a huge understatement. Imagine being a melee. Could you imagine? Oh yeah, these also hit like a truck for some reason. Oh no. No! Don't make me tank it! Nada says, I was thinking of starting a new character and making sure I do all the stuff I missed. You don't have to do that. You can also just like circle back around and do it. The thing is that Crystal Tower is mandatory in A Realm Reborn because it feels awkwardly out of place to require you to do it just as Shadowbringers rolls around, because story-wise it makes sense that like you finished Crystal Tower back in A Realm Reborn, like story-wise. I would say just go and do the stuff. Doing normal raid, like unlocking normal raids, is also entirely optional. You don't have to do that. It's simply you're in a group where we're going to do normal raid, and there you sort of need to have it. But all of the raids can be done, like all of the raid series can be done in any order. They are not directly mandatory to make sense chronologically with the story. You're missing this fight we're doing now. That is correct. This fight is the final boss of an entirely optional raid. So it would make sense that you haven't seen it. And it's not because you missed it. It's simply because you haven't done it. Like, if you finished Stormblood and you haven't unlocked normal raids, then you, well, I completely finished Stormblood, namely, then you have missed out, quote-unquote missed out, on 3 raids, 2 of which are part of the normal raid roulette. And there's also 3 alliance raid sets, one of which is the Crystal Tower, which is the only one of them that is mandatory. Yeah, it says I have normal raids, but only Delta and Sigma escape. Ah, so you have gone and seen the Stormblood raids. I think what happened with the normal raids then is that someone else in the party didn't have Delta and Sigma escape. So, like, if the group as a whole does not have enough encounters that we all have access to, then the roulette will simply say that someone isn't, like, fulfilling the requirements. Because that's accurate enough. But the Alexander raids are in Heaven's Ward, and if you go out and unlock like the first 2 of those fights, then you should be able to do a normal raid roulette with anyone, because that's the earliest you would be able to unlock normal raids. Oh boy. We're underwater. It's very easy to miss. It's easier to figure these things out and know to look for it once you know like the general content progression of Final Fantasy XIV. Like, if you as a new player played through the entire main quest and only did the mandatory things, namely what I've been doing on my alt on Saturday streams, the only things you would have unlocked of optional raids, or quote-unquote optional raids, would be the Crystal Tower. But if you got to Endwalker and then did the Alliance raids there, and the normal raids, you would eventually realize that every single expansion has 3 tiers of a raid and 3 alliance raids in order. So you would be able to know to go back and look for it. Like, you would know, well, I don't have the Heaven's Ward one, so it is out there somewhere. I did that too, Nimiawi. I think I completed the Stormblood Alliance raids in mid Shadowbringers, because it was mandatory to unlock the Shadowbringers relic weapons. And, well, I've made pretty good use of that, considering that I have them. I have them all. It's the only set of relic weapons that I have completed. And Seti says, on my alt, I only have Pandemonium unlocked. That's always fun, to wait an abysmal amount of time for the duty to commence. Yeah, exactly. That's also why I said that it would not be a bad idea to actively go out of your way to unlock the first 2 encounters of Alexander. Hey Akira. Nope, I am not a Machinist main, but we're playing Machinist today. There's an interesting advantage in not having unlocked all content. I say advantage ? Because the disadvantage of not having unlocked content in the game that appears in roulettes is that your queue times are going to be longer and you will not be able to play with everyone. For example, if you have only the Stormblood raids unlocked and someone else in your group only has the Alexander raids unlocked, then the game will say that you're not compatible, right? The advantage in not having everything unlocked is that, let's say, for the sake of example, that you don't want to ever randomly get, I don't know, Dunskate from Heavensward when you queue for Alliance Roulette. The only way to ensure that is either by unequipping gear until your item level is so low that you're only eligible for Crystal Tower raids, which is the boring way, or you just don't unlock Dunskate ever on your character. You just never complete the quest. Now that is the big brain strategy. You simply never unlock it. Exactly, Seti. Just don't do it, Lamau. Just never unlock it. Now, the key problem here is that you will have a hard time doing this, because you wouldn't be able to know that you don't want to do Dunskate without doing Dunskate at least once. Nakir says, freedom and liberty. Exactly. The freedom and liberty to play Machinist. Cards in my fantasy game. Solo heal in the second Heavensward raid. Ugh. The reason why I bring up Dunskate is because when you queue for Alliance raid, the fact that people can force themselves to land in one of these 3 raids by simply stripping their character until their average item level is below item level 175, then you can dodge all of the higher level ones, and people do that, which means that those 3 are extremely popular, right? Just because people would rather do them, because these 3 raids are really easy. Dunskate is known to be one of the hardest, if not the hardest, Alliance raid, just because of some particularly unfair things that the raid does. The first boss is very, very, very capable of wiping you. Like, extremely capable and willing to wipe you, might I add. You can fall off the arena. It has a double pull-in mechanic that kills you if you don't see it coming, and you usually don't because the marker is very poorly designed. It doesn't indicate that it's going to pull twice. And it's just really mean compared to a lot of other Alliance raids. So that's why I bring that up as one you might not... like one that you genuinely might strategically choose to not unlock. I believe that the only thing that is locked behind completing Dunskate is there's this story, this optional side quest with Tataru in Endwalker. I'm not going to go into detail with what it is, but I'm pretty sure that there is a point in it where Dunskate being completed is actually a requirement. But there's nothing else in the game that is unlocked by completing Dunskate. So, that is to say, you have no, like, progression-based motivation to do this raid aside from the satisfaction of completing the raid itself. This is important in contrast to the A Realm Reborn Alliance raid and the Stormblood Alliance raid. The A Realm Reborn Alliance raid is mandatory for the main quest, as we have talked about. The Stormblood Alliance raid is mandatory to unlock Bozja, Zadnor, the Shadowbringer's relic weapons, and an extreme trial in relation to that. So you have a much greater incentive as a player to bother to do the Stormblood Alliance raid, yet you have nearly no incentive to do the Heavensward Alliance raid. In contrast, also the motivation you have to do the Near Alliance raid is that you can get the 2B outfit, and given how popular this outfit is, you might argue that that is a selling point in its own right. But you only need to do the first one to get that. Only need to do the first Near raid to get those die highs. Zeddy says it's always fun to see new players dying in Dun Skates. Speaking of Stormblood Alliance raids, didn't we get this one last week too? I'm pretty sure we did. Didn't we? Akira says, what is your main job? I think the job that I play the most is either Sage or Warrior or Paladin. Probably Warrior at the end of the day. I also play Reaper a bunch. But given that I make a lot of videos on a lot of jobs, I play a lot of jobs. Like on a weekly basis, I will play a handful of jobs for different reasons. Both because I enjoy playing a lot of jobs. And also just because, like, I've been practicing Machinist a bunch recently since I've been working on a Machinist guide, which is coming out tomorrow and Thursday. Also, Nadas with his with the I nearly did it. Yeah. The good puns. And Nadas says, "What is your favorite role?" I think my favorite role is tank. For a little bit of background, I mained the tank role in World of Warcraft for like 15 years. And that is not even exaggeration. That is pretty spot on. Actually, on that note, Akira, I started playing Final Fantasy XIV because of the Red Mage job existing. And my first job to max level when I started was Red Mage, but that was in Stormblood. And then I reached max level, and in Stormblood, DPS queues were a lot worse. Bad enough that it made me switch to Paladin to get past those brutal queue times. Some of the most interesting jobs in like Final Fantasy in general to me are jobs like Fencer and Red Mage. And also Summoner, for that matter. Those that are a lot more like, this is Final Fantasy. Oh. If you've ever wondered why groups wipe on this boss, it's because no one knows that they're supposed to fall through the floor like this. So too few jump down and deal with the key knots. If you ever wipe, blame the DPS for not killing stuff. Now that is a bait and switch no one expected. Could you imagine? You're in like a savage raid team. You wipe. All of the DPS blame the tank for not dealing with the mechanic well enough. The tank blames the healer for not healing hard enough, and the healer blames the DPS for not killing the boss before it did the mechanic in the first place. It's like those is it a specific movie or almost like a trope where like cowboys that point their guns at each other like in a circle almost. Uh-oh. Oh. Apparently I got away with it, guys. Nailed it. Looked straight at the glare mechanic. Game just goes, I'll give it to you. It's okay. Got you. Is it like, is that what you call streamer privilege? Machinist says, stuff not dying causes the tanks and healers to use their cooldowns. This is correct. This is the saddest reassembler in the world. It's not even, I'm not even joking when I say it is correct that the DPS not doing enough damage causes the tanks and the healers to need to use more cooldowns. The thing is that this isn't about who to blame. It's more the fact that if you wipe to a boss or I don't know a trash pack, it can be for multiple reasons. It can be because the tank didn't use enough defensive cooldowns, enough healing, in case of some tanks who have broken amounts of self-healing. Warrior. It can be because the healer didn't heal enough or help the tank with defensive cooldowns if they had any, like Sage. But it can also be because the tanks did everything, the tank and the healer did everything right, but the DPS did nearly no damage. So they just slowly ran aground because they didn't have any more cooldowns. The long and the short of it is, if you wipe on a trash pack, there is a possibility that anyone is to blame. It's never a clear cut, well, the tank didn't use enough cooldowns. Maybe the tank ran out of cooldowns. It isn't a clear cut, the healer didn't heal enough. Maybe they ran out, like, the thing is you can go over it and go, well, actually the healer ran out of cooldowns and MP, so something else was up. And it is very possible that the DPS was just too low. It's typically not that. It is the least likely reason. That's why it's typically not the one that is blamed. But it could be. And and that is also what Akira says. The worst part about healing and tanking is that your mistakes are glaringly obvious. Yeah, exactly. You can see if the tank weren't using defensive cooldowns, and you can see if the healer wasn't using their healing cooldowns very well. You can see if the healer ran out of MP or not. But it's a lot harder to see whether that black mage actually had triple cast on cooldown, and it's hard to say whether them using a triple casted flare would have actually killed the enemies quick enough for it to matter in the first place. Like, it becomes a lot more complicated to determine who's to blame when we get down to that point. Like, the thing is that because it's not very obvious, the players, like the times where DPS are to blame, it has to be obvious. Like, you might be able to tell that that a DPS wasn't doing their job well enough if you don't see them use anything other than their 1-2-3 combo. You don't see the summoner summon a single primal whatsoever, not a one. You don't see the red mage use melee combos. In fact, red mage is one of the easier ones to tell if you've messed it up, because they might choose to hard cast the slow spells. I see that too often. It makes me very sad. Coco, that is a stack taco. That is a stack taco. It's not a runaway taco. You're supposed to share it with your friends. All jobs are good. All jobs are good enough is the key thing you need to keep in mind. There's always going to be one job that is slightly stronger than the others, because that's just how number games go. But the weakest job in Final Fantasy XIV will typically not be much worse than, like, at most 10% weaker than the strongest, and usually there are other benefits to bringing that job. But Black Mage is very difficult. As as I can straight up point out, in my very recent video on the hardest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, both Machinist and Black Mage is on that list. Nader says, it is very rare for people to do bad at DPS. You'd be surprised. The key thing you have to remember, Nader, is that you can't see when a player is doing bad DPS. It is often too difficult to tell, especially if you've reduced the amount of effects you see from other players. If I'm in a light party and I focus on it, I can absolutely tell if a player is playing really poorly, though. Like if I start looking at what they're casting, and things like that. Oh! My friend! My friend! Perfect! See, this is genius. I know that everyone that I've queued into this alliance raid knows how to deal with that mechanic now, because we went over it on stream. That is a good point, Akira. We also have ice mages. That is a black mage that refuses to use fire magic for any reason they can come up with. We have the I'm using close position on the healer because it's my Q partner dancers. We have Dragon Kick monks. Even though this Dragon Kick rotation is not that bad, as in the keyword is not that bad, it's still significantly worse than actually playing the job correctly. It is a meme rotation for a reason. Infinite Paradox is also a meme rotation for a reason. You got no primal summoners. I don't think I've actually seen a summoner that didn't use summons, but it would be the saddest thing in the world. Why would you do that, by the way? Why? Brotherhood isn't on my hotbar. I like to imagine these as like as rotation names. It's like monks. They have they actually have 3 rotation styles, not 2. They have looping rotation, and they have optimal drift, and then of course they have Brotherhood isn't on my hotbar. The rotation. Sip the hero running over and getting the button because no one else did. And Sansa says, I don't have cover on my hotbars because Paladin is already filled for me. What do you mean? My Paladin has plenty of space. I have a slot for my mount. That is pretty much the only general thing that I have. I had to forego the teleport button on my hotbars. Cover is an extremely niche ability, but in the correct situation it is actually good. The problem is that the amount of situations where cover is good are so few that you might have a hard time finding them. There's also an interesting weird oddity with cover, is that if you use Hallowed Ground and cover, then you will still take the full damage of the person you're covering for. So that combo doesn't work. And it becomes even dumber because that combo does work in PvP. For some reason, it does work in PvP, but not in PvE. There's a good argument for why it doesn't work in PvE. Hey Tex, how are you doing? My rotation is songs and dots must stay up. That is a pretty good starting point. A key thing that you could use cover for in PvE is if a boss had a tank buster that hits both tanks, in a savage encounter for example, then with a paladin tank you would be able to use cover on your co-tank and then hallowed ground and then deal with both tank busters with just a paladin. Now that isn't that broken in its own right, but it is good enough that it could cause other tanks to be unfavorable to use. I talk about this a bit in, I believe it's my video where I talk about, I can't remember what the title of it is, but I specifically know that the thumbnail says your job is good enough. I talk about the fact that if you made changes to Paladin, and this was before the Paladin rework, if you made changes to Paladin, or more importantly, made encounters that made Paladin stand out stronger, ow, then you would probably have a possibility of making other jobs, the other tanks, not viable. That sounds a little weird, but basically, that is technically a solution, Coco. All we needed for that was like a goofy scream. That was great. Wow, that was good. Oh no, there's a spread marker on me. Just jumps off the arena. Ow. Oh, dice. I didn't even know this fight had dice. Akira says, I'm a sweater Astro, and then corrects it to sweaty. What are you talking about? You can be a sweater Astro. I suppose a sweater Astro would be the opposite of a sweaty Astro, though. Like, I'm imagining like a really comfy job. If you're like a sweater Astro, that would be like your comfy job. Nice. If you're not sure what the dice mechanic is, what you need to do is stop doing anything when the dice hits 0. You just untarget the boss. And stop moving, because moving also counts, and also attacking counts. Kasari says, I'm done with trying to kill the Eldritch Horror. Which one is the Eldritch Horror, Kasari? Is that P8S? Because that is an Eldritch Horror. Santa says, if they added dice mechanics to Savage, it would cause so many wipes. O4S has a dice mechanic. O4S has a dice mechanic. I believe that is the Chaos fight. We're here to kill Chaos. But I'm guessing what you actually mean by that, Santo, is a random mechanic. Oh right, that's true. Chaos is that's O9S, right? O9S. That's correct. For some reason I just envisioned the armor of X-Death in my mind and was like, that's pretty much Chaos. and just filled in the name. You're right, it's X-Death. You know, Kosari, P8S is like... It's closing in on a biblically accurate angel. It's closing in on it because it still has something resembling a face. And it appears to only have 2 eyes. John is progging P8S right now. I have come to learn that there's a handful of my viewers that are progging P8S. It's very impressive. This also calls back to something that I mentioned on the community Discord yesterday. Is that it's very important that you remember that savage raiding is not easy. P8S is really hard. P5S is really hard. Just because a lot of players have done it doesn't mean that suddenly the encounter's easy. So I think this is a great time as any for all of our savage raiders to give themselves a good old pat on the back. And remember that you are really, really good players. That you can beat the current savage raid while it is current. That is very impressive. And the only reason why you might convince yourself that the encounter is easy at some point is because you will have done the encounter so many times that you couldn't possibly imagine that it would be anything but easy. Here it says, I want to start getting into Savage and running the older ultimates, but I'm kind of nervous. There's only one way to get started, and that's jumping right into the thick of it and try. My best advice would be to take a job that you're extremely comfortable with. If you find that your main job is a little difficult to pilot when there's a lot of mechanics happening around you, then I would highly advise that you use a job that you find easier to use. For the same reason, really. Like, the important part is to be able to focus on the boss mechanics when you're doing Savage prog, especially in the beginning. And also, one more thing I would like to point out is that if you are feeling like you want to get into Savage raiding, I think the important thing to keep in mind is that you should not go into Savage because you've reached max level, you've geared up a bit, and feel like it's the next logical step. Savage raiding is optional. It's optional. There's so much content in Final Fantasy XIV that you can do that you don't have to do the hardest content in the game. It is optional. That's the key word here, is it's optional. So you should only do Savage raiding if you think you will have fun with it. If you don't think it'll be fun, if you're scared, because if you're both scared and don't think it'll be fun, then maybe don't try it. If you are not sure if it will be fun, the only way to know is to try. The only way is to figure out whether it's fun or not is to try. But you should not feel like you have to do savage raiding. As I say, it is optional. I'm saying this because if you're a player that comes from World of Warcraft, for example, you might feel that this is completely absurd. Why wouldn't you do the current raid to gear up more? There is other stuff in the game than grinding gear, is what I'm saying. And John says, you should try Savage, it's fun. Just find a new static group that's proccing P5S. That is a good idea. Then, like, if you can be lucky and find a group around your skill level, or at least like experience level in some capacity, where everyone is sort of okay with we're learning from the start, that helps a lot. And he says, savage raiding is also a lot of stuff you have to prepare for, especially with gear, like getting crafted gear and melting it properly. And that is one argument against doing savage over old ultimates. Well, that is true. Savage raiding is specifically is a huge time commitment if you want to get it done right. And Nader says, not all savage raids are hard though, correct? At least the normal raids aren't. So here's the thing. Normal raids is like Deltascape, Sigmascape, Alphascape. Those are O, 1, N. So N for normal, 1 to 12. We also have the Shadowbringers ones are E1 to 12, and the Endwalker ones have come to be known as P1 to 12. We only have up to 8 right now. But this is the naming scheme we use, is that we use one letter, one number, and then either N for normal or S for savage. Normal is an encounter that is made to be beaten in a single sitting. It is made to be beaten, so the encounter will spend a lot of time making sure you understand the mechanic, and even if you don't, most of the mechanics will not one-shot you, so it's fine to get them wrong. In a savage encounter, a mechanic that will never kill you on normal will kill you if you get it wrong once on savage. And furthermore, the mechanics will come out faster, they will be more complex, and they require a lot more teamwork. Normal raids and savage raids are completely incomparable. You cannot measure whether savage raiding is difficult based on your experience with normal raids. There's no connection at all. In fact, savage raids are so much harder than normal raids that the extreme trials are a difficulty between that. Like, it's actually... There's extreme trials that come before savage raids in terms of difficulty. So... And even old savage raids can be complicated to, like, weigh their difficulty, because they're difficult in other ways. Even if you do them synced, they might be easier than they were when they were made, because mechanics work differently. For example, you might be able to kill the Omega raids on Savage faster than you would have in Stormblood, simply because in Stormblood you had a lot more to worry about with enmity management. You didn't have as many fancy tools, not even at level 70. There was a lot more going on that required you to be more careful as a player. That isn't the same anymore. So, if you really want to know whether savage raiding is something for you, you need to go to the current, like, you need to clear Endwalker, you need to reach Abyssos and clear the normal version, unlock the Savage version, get some crafted gear, melt that, upgrade it to 620, augment it, so that you're completely ready. Ult here, who is a subscriber of the channel, I have helped with doing the prep work, because they're actually practicing P5S and Party Finder now, and helping them making sure their melts are right. It's difficult to get into. But that's why I say, try it. Try it, give it a shot. Do you like doing it? Like, I would say, if you're not sure if you'll like it, try it in Party Finder. If you think it's kind of fun but a little chaotic, look for a static. And play with the same people every week. And then you'll start progressing. But the key thing is that if you don't find it fun, then it will eventually feel like work. And if it starts to feel like work, then you're wasting your time. And the whole gearing aspect is, if you're coming from a different MMO, keep this in mind. When the next raid tier comes out, I'm guessing in around 3 months or so, give or take, there will be a new crafted set of gear that will be item level 640. And that will be available on day 1. This will make most, if not all, of the raid gear from this raid tier completely obsolete. Completely. So the only motivation you have for gearing in a raid tier is that you will need this gear to beat the harder bosses of that tier more easily, or do the current ultimate if it is in this raid tier, so that you would need the gear to do it. But aside from that, the only other motivation you could have for gearing is either doing old content more easily with unsynced runs, because you're overgearing it even harder, or 2, you really like playing Black Mage, and you really like to have your gear perfectly cleanly optimized for spell speed, so you want to have all of your gear pieces perfectly best in slot so that you can have as much spell speed as possible, because this is funny. But you will probably have found a taste for doing Savage Raid before you get that best in slot anyway, so. Now Curious says, for a game that advertises itself for being able to play every job on one character, they hard gauge you on gear. That is an interesting point. That you can play every job on one character, but you can namely only gear one job, or at least role, at a time. And there's not much you can do about it as a player. It doesn't even help that much to have 2 characters. Because then you'll just be like segmented in a different way. Let's see. The only things I have left on my list that I want to do is mainly P8 and Euphrosyne. Lanark says, in my opinion, Savage is only worth it if the challenge itself is enjoyable to you. The gearing stuff is optional. Exactly. And hey Lanark, it's been a while I think. I hope you're doing well. Nader says, I mean, for healers and tanks, it's a bit better since you can share the gear. You can share the gear over multiple roles. All of the mages can technically share gear. And all the ranged physical can share gear. The melee are split up in 3. And the reason why I say the mages can technically share gear is because red mage and black mage have distinctly different preferences in their gear, like in the secondary stats department. So they wouldn't want to share gear. But it's more also the concept that you might have different gear preferences on it's not so much about being able to gear the same role, Nada. It's more about some players like to play multiple roles, but they can only gear one of them at a time. Seti says, Red Mage loves slow spell speed, but does Black Mage also like slow spell speed? Correct. Red Mage would prefer something in the ballpark of 2.50 or 2.49. Black Mage commonly wants... They have 2 builds. Either max spell speed, like as much spell speed as you can. Hey HK, how are you doing? As much spell speed as you possibly can for Black Mage is option 1. Option 2 is like, I think you need like 800 spell speed or something like that. Like the actual stat. And then you go for a crit build. But that's, I can't remember how much it is, but it is still more than what a red mage would want. Summoner is actually perfectly capable of functioning. I believe they want 247, preferably 248 can work. The key thing here is that you need to make sure you can fit, I believe it's 6 casts in Summon Bahamut and Summon Phoenix. But Summoner is also capable of playing with a Black Mage heavy spell speed build. They both work. They both work. So Summoner is in the unique position that it can play with the Red Mage or the Black Mage build. It's just that it plays different. And Maliboba says Red Mage got Swift Cast for every second spell. The reason why Red Mage doesn't want spell speed has nothing to do with dual cast, actually. This is a very, very like specific optimization. Let me demonstrate. So, Flesh is one of your strongest attacks just for its potency on a button. It's like, it's not melee combo action, but the simple fact that you can just weave it in is extremely significant to the power of the Red Mage. This also applies to Contra Sixt. Now, a key thing you will notice is that Flesh and Contra Sixt has cooldowns that are multiples of 5. This is really important because due to the fact that dual cast exists, you have a double weave window once every 5 seconds. You cast a fast spell, then a slow spell, which is instant, which gives you a double weave window. But that means after the fast spell, you have no weaving window at all. Which means that if I will just be casting Jolt and Thunder or Arrow to demonstrate. So I cast Jolt, Thunder, double weave. And then defend the dummy! And I'll just alternate between these two because this helps to show what I mean. Basically fast spell, slow spell, fast spell, slow spell, indefinitely. It becomes more complicated in practice. See, so I do Jolt, and then Arrow. Oh, Flesh is ready, cast that. And we continue. And we continue. Oh, look, Contra Sixt. Oh, that's ready on the late weave. And then continue. So if I then randomly say, I'm going to use Acceleration and cast a Thunder now, because I feel like it. Now you will see there's a huge problem. I start casting Jolt, Flesh is ready, now I can cast it. It got delayed by 2.5 seconds because I used Acceleration. Because I used Acceleration, Flash got delayed 10% of its cooldown. That is effectively a loss of 46 potency. And now, because I haven't fixed it yet, Contra 6 is also delayed by 2.5 seconds. This is a concept that I talk a little bit about in my... I talk some about it in my Red Mage guide, actually. I call it displacement. Not the ability displacement, but it's related to like GCD displacement. You're displacing your GCD. This sounds a little silly, but the reason why this is important is because your 1-2-3 combo takes 5 seconds to complete, and your magic burst takes 7.5 seconds to complete, which means every time you do a melee combo, you will actually fall off balance with Flash and Contra 6, so you need to use an instant spell to fix it, so you like get back in the rhythm. This is like super nerdy optimization stuff, but if you're a Red Mage main, this is the stuff that makes the difference between whether you are, you know, an average DPS player or like a high level DPS player. And now you might say, that didn't sound like it had anything to do with spell speed at all. You might be right. Now, I'll put on my Black Mage gear, and you will notice that my Black Mage recast timer is 2.17, while my Red Mage is a clean 2.5. You can see when I switch gear, all of it changes. Every single piece. I have 2 separate sets. I even have separate pieces with different melds when necessary. Specifically so they're both optimized. So I switch to Black Mage, grab this weapon, and then put on the Red Mage weapon. Oh, we have a recast time of 2.21. So now I'll demonstrate it again in the exact same way. So I'll do Jolt, the Thunder, Double Weave, Jolt, the Arrow, and then we just go back and forth. Just the simplest 1-2 rotation, so that I'm not messing it up. I'm not trying to make something happen. I'm just doing the 1-2-1-2, which takes, you know, 5 seconds. Right? Can you see that there's something wrong with Flash right now? Flash is ready now. I cast it now. It was delayed by like a half to a whole second there. Why did that happen? Contra 6 luckily wasn't delayed. But if you saw the problem, I was just doing my rotation normally, and Flash still got delayed. Yeah, now it's delayed again by another second. So my point is that because I have spell speed, my GCD is wrong in compared to Flash's cooldown. Like, my Flash will drift about a half to a whole second every single time it comes up. And it doesn't matter what I do about it. The only thing I could do is every single time Flash is about to come up, I use Swift Cast or Acceleration to make sure that my next GCD is an instant. But given that you can see that Contra 6 didn't actually mind, it means that every time I do that trick, Contra 6 will be displaced instead, which means that I have to use the melee combo to be casting instant spells so that it works. Like, I know this is like absurdly nerdy details. Hey Margoto, how are you doing? But ultimately what I'm getting at is the reason why Red Mage hates spell speed is because it doesn't do anything helpful for you. It doesn't do anything helpful for you. But it does in fact mess with your rotation in a negative way. Like, yes, you're going to generate mana quicker, which means more melee combos, but that doesn't change much. You're doing good, Margaret. That's good to hear. I'm also doing well. We're having a little bit of a talk about gearing, and then we're talking about spell speed. So the reason why Red Mage doesn't care that much about the extra mana is because you need a huge amount of spell speed to fit an extra melee combo in a 2-minute window. And when I'm saying 2-minute window, I'm not meaning the 2-minute burst. I'm meaning you can get around 3 melee combos every 2 minutes if you include manification. And then there's like a little bit extra If you include that you will not always be having 100% uptime, it might be a bit less, but it's typically 3 melee combos per 2 minutes. If you had 10% shorter GCDs, you might be able to have 4 melee combos every 2 minutes instead of 3. But those 10% spell speed also means that every single melee combo is possibly several percent weaker, because where did that spell speed come from? Where did that spell speed come from? The main reason why Red Mage considers like 248, 249 to be pretty good too is because if you're at 248 or 249, it makes you able to sometimes like catch back up if you get delayed a little bit. It's like small details, really, really small details, but it's like, it's both so little that you will not notice it over the course of a fight. Because you're going to be double weaving Flesh and Contra 6 immediately, you're using Flesh in the earliest early weave, and you're using Contra 6 in the earliest late weave. So that means you still have about half a second to work with for both of them. So over the course of like 10 minutes, they will be delayed, or they might be pushed like a quarter of a second or less if you use them every single time on the dot. Yeah, so it becomes very insignificant whether you have a little bit of spell speed, but the key thing is that if you have a lot of spell speed, your Red Mage is going to feel really awkward to play, especially if you've mastered this GCD displacement trick, which I talk about in a little bit more detail in my Red Mage guide. And Sergi says, I think this tier it is literally impossible to be best in slot and be 2.50 GCD. There's a very easy way to answer that. And the way we answer that is that we just go and check what is the Abysso Savage ring looking like. Oh, it has spell speed. Correct, Seti. You're correct. This is the common way that the jobs will or will not be able to have 0 skill speed or spell speed. If the ring has spell speed on it or skill speed on it, either one ring, it can be the Tombstone ring or the Raid ring, it doesn't matter. If one of them has speed on it, then it is not possible to both have the maximum attainable item level and also no skill or spell speed. The problem with considering that is that because the mages have, specifically Red and Black Mage, have distinctly different preferences, as in one wants no spell speed and the other wants all of the spell speed, there's no way to satisfy everyone for the mages. That is distinctly different from all other roles. Warrior, tanks all function with a little bit of skill speed. I believe Paladin is the one that is most annoyed by getting any, but it's okay. And all of the tanks work with no skill speed, so they sort of agree. The healers sort of agree. I think there's some of the healers that like spell speed, while some don't, with Sage in particular. But they all sort of work because they get sort of the same value out of spell speed. The ranged physical all agree. I believe Machinist wants 0 skill speed and Bard and Dancer wants like 249, 248. Reaper Dragoon wants nearly no skill speed. Like, Reaper wants 249, but you can do that with 1 skill speed materia. So if Dragoon wants more skill speed, then you're in trouble. But if Dragoon wants less, then you can use the same gear. Samurai can function on multiple different skill speed levels, but distinctly can function on less than Monk. So Monk can be the deciding factor. They want that. So that is the key thing, is that the reason why it is a problem, quote unquote, a problem for mages is because they have such a distinctly different preference that it is completely non-negotiable on both ends. All of the jobs can sort of agree. They can sort of meet in the middle. The mages can't. The mages can't. And so he says, you can make a little skill speed on Machinist work, but it's kind of annoying. A key thing here is that jobs that hate skill speed or spell speed, it is always like with a big asterisk next to it. If there's a lot of downtime and you need to generate a certain amount of resources for specific timings, then having extra skill speed can be helpful. Even Dragoon, which I just said doesn't care for skill speed, has skill speed, more like heavier skill speed builds for specific encounters. So that is absolutely correct, Seti. I actually read, when I was making some extra research for this Machinist guide that I'm releasing very soon, that Machinist could work with 244 if you can't reach a perfect 250. The thing is that the step from 250 to 244 is so big that you have to actively go out of your way to get it. So it's like a little bit pointless to be, oh yeah, if you have some skill speed, you have to have a lot of skill speed. Or more skill speed. Like, difficult to satisfy. Akira says, I love the nerdy discussions. I'm glad to hear that, because it can get very nerdy on this channel. So it would be awkward if it was different. Now with that, do we have... Wait, did we completely lose Sip? Or he is back somewhere. I'm guessing he's at his house. We could do P8. I don't think Gunsmokes can join for that though. I always do P8N because it once a week, because even though the weekly limit on all of these tokens have been lifted, this Unsung Blade of Abyssos is a weekly once per week. So if you want to buy those lunar weapons, you will need that. So I just do it because it's fun. So, I don't know, do you guys, let's see, who was who again? Ruvia and Septem. I can't remember which name matches to who. Let's see if I can find it by scrolling up in the chat. Seti is Ruvia. I'll just write it down so I don't have to ask 2 times. What's it? And right, and I had a note that literally said Maliboba was Septim, and for some reason I just had a complete like blackout in that part. Of course, Septim is Maliboba. Sorry about that. Right. P8. I there's a point to be made that the weapon tokens from P8 kind of lose their value when you start to have a lot, because eventually you won't even have the tomestones to spend them all. The main reason that I do it is more so because it's something fun to do every week. And then there is a weekly lockout to give you the incentive to do it. I don't need it, but it is fun to do. It's the same reason why we do stuff like 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. It doesn't give me anything I need, but it's fun. Oh look, we have no melee DPS. It seems we have a first timer.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. Fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight. Leave none but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart.
I really have to say that boss encounters with like sound-based cues just feel a lot better. It's like, it's such a small detail, but it just matters.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed.
Exoservice.
Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Well, I got the opener correct, the perfect opener and the perfect 2-minute burst. At least I have that on record in a boss fight. So now I can comfortably fail the rest of the fight. Hey Ralu, how are you doing?
Shall see my wish fulfilled.
And now we're going to reach a point where my rotation is going to be completely messed up.
You will know my
Because there's going to be a short downtime. Now we have to freestyle it the rest of the way. And the first, and as my first act of freestyling it, delay drill by 1 GCD. Thank you. Perfect.
Sear flesh from bone. Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Oh, right, yeah, that's the line.
Out of my sight.
It's funny, now that you mention it, Ralu, with the quality of life things for Machinist. For some reason, I find the fact that the Heat Blast, or the Hypercharge window doesn't like end exactly as you finish the 5th GC, but instead just ends after 5 casts. Weirdly confusing. Like I have to like keep a close watch on my stacks because it doesn't like abruptly end.
In flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Akira says 3rd on aggro with Machinist. What are you doing? Oh, whoops. Look at me reading.
Fulgent flame my servant's rise.
So every time you play Machinist you get top DPS aggro. I mean, for some of the fight I was just after the tanks, right? I'm a bit confused of what you mean, Akira, what you were referring to precisely. Well, the party was 2 summoners and red mage and machinist. If I remember correctly, machinist can do more DPS in a vacuum than they can. And from what I could see, the astrologian was really feeding me cards. So there's a lot of options for what could happen. That is why getting the top damage aggro or something like that is a little bit difficult to determine whether it's because you're good or because you're getting help. Because I'm the only DPS in the raid not providing any raid buffs. And the Astrologian's feeding me cards, specifically. It's not really fair to say, oh yeah, and I'm doing the most damage, when I'm practically just taking the efforts of everyone else and saying, you made this? I made this. And that's why I don't really, I don't focus that much on how much DPS I do exactly. I think more about how well I did my rotation, that I use my tools correctly, because, well, without an actual DPS meter, it would be really hard to know for certain how well you do. Akira says, I don't pass, I just look at the aggro list. Yeah, I generally only really worry about what's happening if I can see someone with, like, visually with my eye that they're playing, like they're making big mistakes. Then it's bad. Other than that, if we're not going particularly slow, I will just not think about it. It doesn't go so fast that it is a problem. Or so slow that it is a problem. Zeddy says, Machinist is supposed to out DPS Red Mage and Summoner, especially with the new buffs on Gauss Round and Ricochet. Gauss Round and Ricochet in a vacuum, and I was overriding Rune 4 stacks until the third burst. Oh, there you go. Machinist is both deceptively straightforward and deceptively difficult. The thing is that if you're trying to play around all of the raid buffs in your raid, making a single mistake from your opener to the 2-minute burst, one mistake can cost you in the 2-minute burst. Exactly as Akira is saying. Machinist's rotation is extremely obvious. An interesting thing is that if you sat down and looked at the optimal opener and 2-minute burst for Machinist, if you actually sit down and read it, and then promptly perform it, you'll find that the only thing that you do to make that 2-minute burst happen that is a little bit weird is that you will reach 100 heat gauge and then use, I think it's slug shot, which means you waste 5. Because you want Automaton Queen to come out at 70 battery gauge, which means that you don't have time for a hypercharge window before that. And the reason for that is if you do that, if you make sure that you get the 70 Automaton Queen, then you will get a 100 Automaton Queen exactly for the 2-minute burst. And that is the only concession you have to make the 2-minute burst happen correctly. Everything else in the Machinist rotation from the opener to the 2-minute burst is use everything on cooldown exactly the instant it becomes available. Even Wildfire is used on cooldown on the 2-minute burst. It's very impressive. So the thing is that the optimization of Machinist actually happens in the opener. Everything is organized so that the opener is correct. And if you make sure to use everything on cooldown after that, then your 2-minute burst happens automatically from you clicking your cooldowns on cooldown. It's really funny that it is made so perfectly. You could, in some capacity, you could say most DPS jobs played perfectly work like that. Like, Samurai plays the way that it does to make sure that it, you know, uses its cooldowns on cooldown, but in some capacity the things that are a little bit iffy on the cooldown and can't just be clicked exactly in the instant they're ready are things that are on charge systems, so they have more leeway. But Machinist barely has that. It's just reassembled for the most part. It's really interesting. So have you guys done your weekly alliance raid, or would you like to do it with me? Euphrosyne. You know, Kira says Samurai is a bit iffy. Sometimes you have to force filler combos. That's true. If something goes weird with your rotation, or there's a lot of downtime, the best you can do is, like, if you don't have time to get the full 3 Zen ready for the minute burst, you'll have to go, well, there's 7 fillers here, I guess. In the worst case scenario. The thing is, and this is also something that I explained a little bit in my video on the hardest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. I want to point out, and I do mention this, I chose the one that I believe is hardest in each role. The reason why Machinist is the one that I find the hardest in the ranged physical role is because it had, like, in comparison to Dancer, who has a few buttons that it needs to use exactly on cooldown that fall pretty naturally in, because it doesn't have that many of them. And Bard has, like, a lot of window to, like, choose its spots to switch song and things like that. It's, like, a lot more open to freestyle it a lot more. Machinist is the kind of job where you have to click every single cooldown when it's ready. It has to be perfect. Otherwise, things go wrong.
Prove to me life's resolve. No true abundance.
There's a lot of these asylums stacked on top of each other. That's the close range one, I believe. Yep. I could have sworn I had set everyone else's effects to limited. Take my wrench! Oh, there's another machinist that did the exact same thing.
Seek the harvest. Let life flower and flourish.
Oh! I missed my timing on Automaton Queen, so our 2-minute Automaton Queen will only be 80 battery gauge. Oh, well, that's completely besides the point after all, because my rotation is going to get messed up right now. That was it. Now it's all wrong. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. We can fix it. We can fix it. We can delay the Automaton Queen till after Chainsaw.
Mine is the breath of the earth.
Saying is there is a chance. And then we missed actually pressing. Oh boy. Let's focus a moment, guy, on doing the mechanic right. It's sort of worked. It sort of worked a little bit. I tried too hard to fix it. And then I made a different mistake instead.
My heart rejoices for our union.
Because I forgot that specifically after chainsaw there is a double weave. There isn't space to delay Automaton Queen. Yeah. Oh, delayed chainsaw there. Well, my physics teacher once told me that what matters the most is that you can explain why your experiment went wrong. Not so much whether it went right.
Beyond adversity lies strength.
Alright, it's yellow first. And blue. Yellow.
Good
And
children, be strong for what awaits.
let's see here. Akira says, I'm also trying to... Whoops, I actually didn't... Maybe... I mean, that's not so bad. That is bad, though. Skill speed on a ninja? Eh. Akira says, I'm also trying to learn Monk, and right now it's not that bad. I kept dropping it, but for some reason I kept coming back to it. When I got Masterful Blitz, I started loving the job. I don't have it at 90 right now, but I don't find it as hard as I did before. A really big, massive problem with Monk during its leveling experience is that perfect balance doesn't work right without Masterful Blitz. Like, it strictly doesn't work correctly if you don't have Masterful Blitz. It doesn't. But you learn Masterful Blitz 10 levels later. So I absolutely understand why you would feel like Monk doesn't kind of feel right until you got Masterful Blitz. The reason why the job doesn't work without why Perfect Balance doesn't work without Masterful Blitz is because when you use Perfect Balance, it allows you to use any of your 9 form GCDs as you please, 3 times. But when Perfect Balance ends, it places you in no form, so you have to start your opener from the beginning, like from the ground. Like, as if you started the fight. That's not a problem, but the problem is that that puts you in a situation that you need to chain your perfect balances so that you minimize the times you have to reset your rotation. And then at level 60 they fix it. Yeah, Perfect Balance just doesn't work right. See, now let me teach you a neat trick to relax yourself when doing casual content, when you like to make things too complicated by trying to optimize too hard. See, I have used Wildfire, and we're coming up to the next boss in a little bit. So Wildfire will not be available for my opener, so the best I can do is try to freestyle it. It's a very good way if you're the kind of player that gets too focused on doing your rotation perfectly, but you can't really deal with it with what you're doing. Just make it so that you can't do it right. That way you fix the issue immediately. You will not try to overcomplicate things because you can't. You cannot do the rotation perfectly because you messed it up. It's a really silly silly trick, but you have to keep in mind that the key thing here is that you should not do this in difficult content. You should, like in savage content, you need to do your rotation correctly. As best you can, so that you're giving it everything you got. But if you're doing easy content and you're messing up mechanics that you shouldn't, because you're too focused on being a big strong high pass or DPS, just mess up your rotation, get it over with, so you don't worry about it.
I shall measure your work.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that combination. I just remembered that. Or maybe I don't remember it right. For some reason, I thought he was doing that. That the spread markers were happening instead of the inexorable pull, or what was it called? But I'm glad to hear, Akira, that you're having fun with Machinist now. Or Machinist, Monk. That you're having fun with Monk now. Now that you have gotten Masterful Blitz. Sorry about that. I'm sure that made you look at the stream if you weren't already. What? What? That's not what I said. Whoops. Monk is like playing Street Fighter. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a shame that you don't learn Hadouken until like level 74. Is he going to speed that up? Wait, I just realized that I don't care, I'll just run. Hey John, how are you doing? John says, so far my favorite jobs are Machinist and Dark Knight. I just unlocked Sage. Nice! I get, it's funny, Machinist and Dark Knight are like two different roles that sort of fit the same sort of niche of like a lot of button presses in bursts. We just finished Stormblood.
This too is fate.
Upon the most exalted of battlefields, you shall stand.
And Akira says we get Kamehameha at level 60. Oh yeah, Elixir Field. I believe you used to get that at level 40 something. Hey, Greveray said, hey, I watched one of your older streams in which you were doing main quests, but I saw that you weren't doing any side quests. Why? So, the yellow side quests, like the completely regular side quest that does not have the special plus sign next to it, does not unlock any content in most cases. Sometimes a follow-up quest of them will unlock content, or they will unlock content in the future if it's a new quest. But aside from that, the only purpose side quests like this serves is that they will give you some extra experience. If you've watched one of my previous streams where I do the MSQ, you will notice that I'm typically over 10 levels ahead of the main quest, so experience is something that I don't need. So for that reason, I don't do the side quests. If you're thinking about the side quests that unlock content, like for instance doing raids and unlocking those, that is simply because regarding regarding the story, raids are separate story content that are unnecessary to understand or follow the main story. So there's no reason to do them in a certain order. And for that reason, I choose to not do them in the main quest stream. I hope that explains it, Greveray. It's just I don't have to do it, so I plan a main quest stream where I only do the main quest, and potentially I'll do a side quest if there is some mandatory reason that I would do it. Like if something in the main quest demands it, then I might. Is there a specific side quest you were thinking about, Greveray, or was it more you were wondering why someone wouldn't do side quests as a whole, or was it something specific? Because if you were thinking about something more specific, I might be able to answer that. And Saman says it's crazy how that to me how that PvE content is considered easy for vets. I'm level 60 and my mind going blank if I get 3 mechanics at the same time. This is an excellent, beautiful, perfect timing to bring that up. I said this earlier as well when we were talking about Savage. Just because something is easy for you does not mean that it is easy. That is an important thing to remember, because as you can see here, a new player looks at this content that we're doing just like, I'm just here, I'm going to die probably. I don't get some help. I misstepped that one by an inch. Like just casual content, quote unquote casual content, quote unquote easy content, and a new player looks at it like, what are you talking about? This is like, this is not easy. I really need to focus to do this. And then the veteran players are just like, no, that's easy. If it's not Savage, it's basically trivial. That is why I say things in Final Fantasy XIV are not easy. Normal raids are not easy. Not for every, like they are very doable, and even if they're hard for some players, they are very impossible to beat in the first try, but that doesn't mean that it was easy.
In ice unyielding, now rest. Mine is the easiest.
So that is just to say, Summons, that you do not have to feel bad that you are having a hard time with the content as you're still learning and you're a new player and everything. You don't have to feel bad about that if you are. Don't. You will learn it one day. You will become great at the game eventually. And if players come to you and complain that you're dying to quote-unquote easy content, just remember that it was hard for them once too.
There is no retreat, only victory or defeat. Yes, lose yourself in the joy of battle.
And Gregory says, it wasn't a specific reason, it was just that I wanted to know the reason. Alright. This is also something we can say is like a learning point where, again, veteran players will be like, well, it's obvious, everyone knows that, but a newer player wouldn't know that. If you ask almost any like max level player or veteran player, they will almost always say that side quests are completely pointless. They don't give enough experience to bother doing, so you should only do them for the story. That is also true in some capacity. But if I was leveling up a job and I was in a queue for something and I needed some extra experience, one thing that I could do was do a side quest. That is the saddest reassemble. Yeah. And John says, also at least for me, those side quests give so little experience that they aren't even worth doing. Well then, that was what I was just talking about that. You will notice that the side quests that are just XP and maybe a gear piece or something, they give very, very weak rewards. So the main incentive to do them should be that you like the story. Because there are a lot of cute stories in the side quests that might be worth doing just for that. Nakira says, I watched your video about the 2-minute meta and I agree that we can't go back to what we had before. Personally, I like bursting every minute, but the 2-minute meta does lead to staleness and can get a lot clunky sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. A thing that I've heard repeated a lot is that players, especially long-term players, find that the 2-minute meta makes the opener... It means that the only interesting thing about your rotation is the opener and the bursts, because the downtime in between is incredibly boring. Because you're just building to the next burst. But it's very easy to say that now. I can't remember entirely if the downtime rotations back in Stormblood were as boring as they would be now in that regard. It's very easy to have the rose-tinted glasses in that regard, right? Oh yeah, it was way better back in the time. I can't remember precisely. It's a bit blurry. And Gunsmoke says the alliance raid we did earlier was so easy I didn't even die once. You know what you did. You know what you did, Coco. Run, 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 run. And Akira says, I find it kind of toxic when people with more experience in the game yell at new players for content they find challenging at times. And Jonas says, true, used to die to ARR extremes, now I have minimum item level savage clears. Yeah, look, like, the thing is that I think is important is that instead of looking back and saying, oh yeah, I was so bad at the game, I died to this easy content. And the better way to look at it is to look at it and say, look how far I've come. That I find it easy. That I find it easy now. That is a much healthier way to look at it. Because it also means that instead of putting other players down by saying any content that you can beat is easy, you're pulling yourself up by saying, I can do this. That is something that I am so good that I can do. That makes you feel better and means that you don't have to make others feel bad to make yourself feel better. Which is also good. And is also healthy. Oops. I moved out too late there. I'm very lucky that Seb chose to play healer for this one, because I know he's always extremely fast with these snap heals. And Akira says, I try to help when I can. I only get mad if they're actively ignoring my advice or get mad at me for trying to help. Yeah, the part of the reason why I learned to not give advice without people having asked for it. Whoops. I forgot to see that there's 3 things to watch for on that mechanic. The reason I learned to not give advice when it's not asked for is because people are more likely to get annoyed when you give the advice before they have a chance to try. They're more welcoming to the advice when they have wiped once. Then they realize that the mechanics are important. Like, I talked about this earlier when we did the Aerie. About I listed the mechanics in a specific boss and then promptly concluded that none of the mechanics matter because none of them could kill you. Which mechanics are worth pointing out on Menfina, who we are fighting right now? Which of the mechanics are important enough that we need to highlight them in particular? Because I'm not getting, like, I'm making huge mistakes here and then getting saved repeatedly by my healers being on point. But I'm not dying. But that doesn't mean that the fight is easy. Like, once again, it doesn't mean that the fight is easy. I also just want to highlight that I'm not making all of these mistakes intentionally now that I'm highlighting them. Absolutely not. I'm just it's the streamer brain. Now I'm explaining something while doing my rotation and suddenly I can't do it. You know how it goes? The streamer says, oh, well, I beat this really hard thing easily on my own off stream. And then you go on stream and then it just doesn't work. Let's see if I can catch up on chat while loot is getting distributed. John says, when you need 3 million experience to level, 25,000 isn't even a drop. Yeah, something like that. But there are a lot of fun stories, for example, in Endwalker that might be worth doing the side quests for. There was a part in this raid, specifically when you saw Behemoth as an ad. The mobs that lead up to it are actually explained in a side quest in Endwalker. An entirely, completely missable optional side quest that unlocks nothing explains why you see those mobs in that order. The trash packs in an alliance raid is explained by an optional side quest. And like here it says, that's why I like Warrior. I get to burst every minute, and Warrior's easy, but I don't care. The reason why I really like to play Warrior is because it's very simple to play. It means I can focus more on the boss fight. When I had a brief period where I was streaming Savage raiding, if you go far enough back in the history of this channel's live streams, you'll find a few streams where I'm doing Savage content. Actual P5S, those streams were actually not necessarily because I wanted to beat it. It was more to show what Savage raiding is like. This is also part of the reason why I do things like Crystalline Conflict streams and Frontline streams. It's because it gives people a good chance to see how is that, because Crystalline Conflict can be really scary to go into. Frontline, weirdly, if you haven't been in it, it sounds really scary because it's PvP, and PvP is normally very toxic. And Savage raiding can also be really scary. So I show, well, I do it on stream. What job do I play when I'm streaming Savage? I'm playing Summoner, a job that I personally find so easy that I might almost be able to play it blindfolded. Because if I played an actually difficult job, I would immediately fail because I'm streaming. Not even because it's a Savage raid and it's difficult. I would fail because I'm streaming. And then if I wasn't streaming, I might still fail because the job is difficult and the fight is difficult. But because I choose a job that is so easy that I can do it without even thinking, I'm not messing it up, even when I'm streaming. Meanwhile, I play Machinist and I mess it up immediately. The moment I have to think about anything other than doing the rotation. And Grave Ray says, I think I'm too obsessed by the fact that there is still quest markers on my map, so I do them all, even if they don't give nice experience and stuff. Grave Ray, I have completed nearly every single quest in the game on my main. Nearly every single quest in the game. I think there might be something, if we don't count the quest lines for our Realm Reborn and Heavensward relic weapons, I have completed so many quests that you can probably count the ones that are remaining on your hands. I have most of the quests that I have left in the game in my journal. Because I cannot deal with all of those unfinished tasks on my map, so I complete them. I totally get that one. Gunsmoke says, doing Ifrit Extreme almost made me cry. Ah, yeah. Gunsmokes mentioned yesterday that they were trying to do Shinryu Extreme synced in Duty Finder. That is like super hard mode. And Grey Ray says, and the fact that sometimes they're not interesting at all, simply time consuming. Some of the side quests can get really, really boring, but sometimes they can be very fun. This is the reason why I say, if you're going to do a side quest in Final Fantasy XIV, you know, one of those side quests that give nothing, unlock nothing, you should only do it for the story. Like, oh, this is an interesting story, I want to do this. If you start to mash through it, then it is immediately pointless. then you might as well not do it. Unless, of course, you have a need to clear it off your minimap, which I understand. Yeah, Manakira says, even veterans get caught off guard by easy content sometimes. The difference between a casual and a hardcore raider sometimes is that they've just wiped more than you. That, and the veteran or a hardcore raider is often more likely to be capable of seeing a boss fight they haven't seen so long that they cannot actually remember the mechanic. They have no idea what the mechanic is. But because they know how bosses function, like in a more general aspect, they see a mechanic once and see how it's dealt with and get it right the second time. While a newer player, they don't know what they need to look for. They don't even know where to begin to look. So they fail the mechanic again and again and again because they need to learn how to learn a mechanic. And this actually circles back to what I said when we did the leveling roulette some hours ago. If you explain a boss fight, a normal raid, a trial on normal, without being asked to explain it, without giving the new players a chance to try, then you're robbing them of the opportunity to figure it out themselves. The best way to learn to understand mechanics by looking at them is to not have it explained and then fail it. Then you can either guess correctly and then you learn that you do actually know how to intuitively understand mechanics, or you ask. But then you also figured out all the mechanics you did know how to do without help. And it matters. That's also why jobs with intuitive rotations are special in a way. I had, just like I have a video on the hardest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, in my opinion, I have a video on the easiest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, in my opinion. And the key difference between these two guides is that the hardest jobs I focus entirely on how hard is the perfect rotation for this job, and is it harder than the other jobs in that role. In the easy jobs section, I focus on how close to the optimal rotation, like the perfect rotation, is the obvious rotation. Like, if you sat down for 5 minutes and tried to guess what the opener is for a job, I'm pretty sure most of us would be able to guess really close to what the optimal opener is for Warrior. Like, if you understood the toolkit of Warrior, just sat down and read the abilities, I'm pretty sure most of us would arrive at a similar opener with Warrior. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure most players would open with Machinist by doing drill, air anchor, chainsaw. That makes sense! It does make sense! But you have to sit down and like write out the rotation 2 minutes down the line to discover that actually it's better to do it differently. That's not very intuitive. And it's the same with boss mechanics. Some bosses have intuitive mechanics, some don't. And Sip Mackerel says, Frontline is very scary. You just get bodied by a whole 8-man party. Could be worse. And Akira says, PvP is kind of bad in this game because of the server ticks and the game is built on a really old engine. The thing with PvP is that just like PvE has their weird jank with telegraphs, which I made a short on recently, and has their weird jank with weaving and all that, PvP also has like quote-unquote telegraphs and things like that. The problem is that when you're playing PvP, you see someone line up to cast something and then you go, oh, I have to click guard. The problem is that if you see a boss cast a spell, like they have already finished the cast and then they do the animation, typically it's too late to react. The thing is that that's also how PvP works. When you see the Machinist pull out that sniper and use limit break, you're already dead. As far as the server is concerned, you're already dead. And the reason why players feel that it feels laggy and bad is because the server works in like ticks. Remember that the animation log is like half a second, so that's actually pretty slow already. Consider that RuneScape, yes, RuneScape works by doing things every 0.6 seconds. That's awfully close to the animation log. Imagine doing PvP in that. Oh wait, they do PvP in that game. They just do bursts that are centered around maximizing the value of the way that the game works. So RuneScape is laggy. They found a way to optimize it. So in Final Fantasy XIV, the reason why people complain about PvP being slow is because PvP is such a niche part of the game that not enough players care about it to want to optimize it. I think. And Grebray says, Frontline is such a mess when you're trying PvP for the first time. Correct. But it's always better to try PvP for the first time in Frontline than going into Crystalline Conflict. The fact that it is such a mess means that it's not that bad to not know what you're doing. And Seti says, very funny, my brain goes like, those are quest icons. Those needs to be on and stay on the map. Like, I didn't even do the Shining Mystery Box quest in Charlie, and it's been so long there, my brain and ADHD says it needs to stay. I wouldn't be able to find my way around if I don't have the marker on my map. How would I find the market board without having that quest marker? And Seti says, to the Machinist opener thing, or not even with the tools, but they would just start with split shot, probably. That's also a possibility. They might just go, I'm just going to open with split shot. But logically, most jobs, if you have some experience with just planning a rotation at all, it makes sense to use your cooldowns quickly, so that you can use them again quickly. But that is the only mistake. Like, the only mistake you could do in the Warrior opener is to start with inner release. That is the only mistake you can make with the opener. And even so, there are times where the opener starting with inner release is correct. So, it's not that bad. And Akira says, Machinist opener is not intuitive at all. When I first saw it, I was like, how am I supposed to figure that out? Exactly. Just for anyone that doesn't know, like, the commonly accepted optimal Machinist opener, you start with reassemble and air anchor. The reason why you use air anchor first is 1, because it generates battery gauge and drill does not, and 2, because if you use air anchor first, it will be ready at a specific time. Drill, used second, will be perfectly available to use again when you want it, if you use it as the second GCD, so using drill first doesn't actually help you. So you delay it by 1 GCD by using air anchor, which you would like to use first if you can. And then the weird part is that you do a 1-2-3 combo. This is like a secret thing that we put there later, because then you use chainsaw. The reason that 1-2-3 combo is in the opener is because 2 minutes later, yeah, I'm not joking, 2 minutes later, your 2-minute burst for the GCD is air anchor, drill, hypercharge, 5 heat blasts. 5 heat blasts take just as long as a 1-2-3 combo. Chainsaw, hypercharge, and then 5 heat blasts. Your opener is air anchor, drill, 1-2-3, chainsaw, hypercharge, 5 heat blasts, drill. Your 2-minute burst is air anchor, drill, 5 heat blasts, chainsaw, 5 heat blasts, drill. Like, the only difference is in where some of the OGCDs are placed, and you replace that opener 1-2-3 combo with a hypercharge window. But you would only know you could do that, and that it would make sense to do that, by practicing and spreadsheeting it for a long time. As Akira says, it's not intuitive. And Ralo asks, when was the last time you played Gunbreaker? I think I played Gunbreaker in a random leveling roulette with Zip, like a week or two ago. Where we did what's it called? Shisui of the Violet Tides. Does that sound familiar? So you, Zip? I think that was it. Zip says, I healed in that dungeon. There you go. I think you might have been Reaper. But I can't remember. And Seti says, when I learned Machinist, I was really lost and had a lot of problems when I realized that your 2-minute window is just a reopener with a hypercharge window and replacing your combo. My mind elevated. Yeah, exactly. But when I realized that your 2-minute window is basically your reopener with a hypercharge window replacing your combo, my mind elevated to a new label. Exactly. It's like you look at the opener and then you look at the 2-minute burst and it looks so different that it's really hard to grasp. And then when you realize, wait a minute, that 1-2-3 combo, where's that? Then it just clicks. That's actually an interesting little story. So if you have watched my level 90, like my level 50 to 90 or 60 to 90 or 70 to 90 job guides, you'll see that they always end with a demonstration of the single target rotation that takes somewhere between a minute and to 3 minutes, depending on how long it takes me to explain everything. Sometimes it takes even more than that. Those are obviously one take, so that means that I have to retry the opener and the rotation until I do it perfectly. It's especially brutal when the 2-minute burst is extremely specific, because then if I'm explaining what the 2-minute burst is in accurate detail, then I have to do the 2-minute burst perfectly to show you. It took me 30 minutes to get the take for Machinist's level 90 opener. Then, an hour before this stream, I did the entire rotation perfectly in one try. Without even looking at my notes for the opener or the 2-minute burst. And Akira says, I hate oh, Gunbreaker. Is that the one that specifically targets Vieira? And Akira says, I hate Gunbreaker so much. I have a list of changes they could do to change it. The main culprit for me is continuation. Do you not like continuation? I think it's a very interesting gimmick for the job. One thing that I think is dumb about Gunbreaker is that they were given 3 like they went from 2 cartridges to 3 cartridges, and then immediately, promptly, were given an attack that costs 2. Like, I think that the rotation of Gunbreaker feels more interestingly unique at level 89 than at level 90, because Double Down is basically just a super burst strike. John says, I unlocked Gunbreaker and haven't touched it since. And Gunsmoke says, Vieta Breaker. Continuation is restrictive. It means that every time you have to deal with it, it means that you have to pay a single weave there. But exactly, my main gripe with Gunbreaker, as it is right now, is that I feel that it is really silly that you're given a third cartridge and then immediately given away to spend it. Like, if you think about it a little further, it makes sense. Like, it does make sense. There is a reason to have that third cartridge. I will demonstrate it, but I'll let Ruvia do their machinist practice here first. I don't need that striking dummy right now. The reason why the third cartridge makes sense is because before you had like burst strikes in your downtime. There was nothing wrong with that. But now you might not have a single burst strike in your downtime. I don't remember the perfectly optimal order of the Gunbreaker opener, but I just remember sort of what to do with it, so I went with that. What? I messed that up. Asmac comes in and says the thumbnail said all samurai. I'm pretty sure it says all machinist. Is the thumbnail incorrect? What? It looks correct to me. The reason why we're Gunbreaker now is because we're sort of reaching like the end of the stream, and also these streams tend to have a lot of like talk about the game in between because it's a stream. But we do the roulettes as Machinist on the Machinist stream, and we have done that. Sorry for the confusion. Last week it was Samurai. And Akira says, yeah, so the reason why it makes sense with the third cartridge. Let me just try to do it again without getting myself distracted. That's my mistake. So the reason why it quote-unquote makes sense that the third cartridge is there is that you will hardly have to use Burst Strike in your downtime. That alone isn't the reason why it makes sense. That is a detail. So we have the mini burst in the middle. And then we do another 1, 2, 3. I do believe there is enough time for one burst strike. Just one, and I have the minimum skill speed set up, by the way, for anyone curious. We do one burst strike continuation. And then 1 and 2, and then we're back where we started. One thing I really like about zero skill speed setups is that if you use everything precisely on cooldown, then things will perfectly line up when you reach your minute burst again later. What I wanted to demonstrate was specifically that you hardly need to use Burst Strike. In the 2 cartridge version back in Shadowbringers, you had to use like 2 Burst Strikes in your downtime to make it work. That's okay, Asmak. John says, what is the best way to open for Red Mage? I started to use it, but was overwhelmed by everything. So let me just actually find my I have a picture of the Red Mage optimized opener. Presumably I do, because I do have a recent guide on it. And here we are! Ta-da! So just making sure you can hopefully see my mouse. Yep. So there's of course no timers here, because this picture is supposed to go with my actual video guide, where I explain to you that the thunder is precasted 5 seconds before the fight starts. So you precast the thunder, and then the moment that the pull timer says 0, you use the arrow. And then you double weave swift cast and acceleration. That is a little strange. Now, the thing is that the game doesn't care. It will use one and then the other. So you can pull up both of them so you get them on cooldown so that they can be ready sooner. Then you use the thunder. That makes sense. There might be an argument to be made that if your initial the thunder got the fire proc but your the arrow didn't, you could use the arrow here instead. You could do that. But it's very inconsequential because the opener is so long that you might actually have a hard time reaching that the fire down here or that the stone down here. Now, the weird part, and that might be part of the reason why a lot of red mages get really confused when they read like this kind of opener, you use the thunder again. That is where it often goes, what? The reason that you use the thunder again is because if you use the thunder the arrow, then you actually have equal mana, which means that the holy down here, so this the holy will not be guaranteed to give you a stone proc if you use the arrow here. So this has to be the thunder to make sure that you still have an imbalance in your black and white mana. And then the reason why you use Embolden here and Magnification here and you didn't use them here is because, and this is like a general opener theory stuff for all jobs, I think there's some weirdness happening on one of my monitors. I don't know if you guys can see that, but let me try to continue regardless. The reason why I use Embolden here and not sooner is because most openers, like optimal openers, are designed such that 7.5 seconds into the encounter, approximately 7 to 7.5 seconds in, you use your raid buff. Most openers are constructed around this fact. And that means that you want that emboldened 7 to 7.5 seconds in. If you've ever seen a samurai opener and noticed that Midara Setsugeka and Hisatsu Senye and Kaishi Setsugeka happens after 3 global cooldowns approximately. That's because that is exactly when raid buffs go out. That is the reason. And then you do your melee combo, and then you weave, and you weave, and you weave, and you do Verholy specifically. And the reason we do Verholy is because we use the Thunder here. So if you were to choose to do 2 the arrows here instead, this becomes of a flare. You do more weaving, and then you finish your melee combo. And then you spend your fire or your stone, and then you spend your stone or your fire, and then you finish with a flash down here. And I'm guessing that most people find this double the thunder cast weird, and they find this embolden weird, because there's a perfect opportunity to use it here between the thunders. Like, you could totally do that. And still, like, that is an option, you could do that. Similarly, I just went over a few hours ago that Flash and Contra 6 are crucially important to your rotation, but they go like 4 or 5 GCDs in. And that's because if you delay them till after raid buffs go out, they will do more damage. And that is pretty much the reason. And Gunsmoke says the fact that you remember all the ability names is insane. What is your main, Gunsmokes? What job is your main? I think the reason why one of my monitors were going crazy was because I had something over Final Fantasy XIV in Borderless. So the other monitors were having a little bit of a mental breakdown. Hopefully it stops now. I hope that talk about Red Mage helps you a little bit, John. If you still find it really difficult, you can... as I said, you might have already watched it, but I do have a high-level Red Mage guide that goes over this in detail again and demonstrates it from start to finish. Exactly how it's performed, and go over tips and tricks for your rotation and everything in the level 90 section of the guide. Or alternatively, you can always, leave a comment on that video with your particular concerns or things you don't understand. Or you're also welcome to discuss these kinds of subjects on the community Discord. Perfect segue. Watch me be a big YouTuber with a good segue. If you want to follow the things that happen on this YouTube channel, the easiest way to follow everything that happens without being at the mercy of the YouTube algorithm is to be in the Discord server, because on the Discord server there is a channel dedicated to the weekly schedule, which I post every Sunday or Monday if there's something happening on a Sunday. And there is a channel dedicated to the links to new content whenever it comes out. And if there's something you don't know, don't understand, need some advice on, maybe you want to make a group with other players, then you can also ask in the rooms that are appropriate for that. We discuss pretty much anything. I have gone over specific rotation advice on the Discord before, so it is a great place to be if you want to have some smart and friendly people easily accessible on that Discord. And when I'm saying smart and friendly people, I don't just mean me, I mean the community, because my community is very friendly. And if you have not seen this Red Mage guide, I can just fish it out for you. It's like, my guides typically show up if you search for Kaitsu and the subject that you are looking for. But you can always, like, if you ask and I have a guide on it, I can often much more quickly find it for you if you're having trouble finding it. And Jonas says, you play borderless or full screen? I play borderless because if I played full screen, then every time I click on a different window, the stream would flash for you. I think that's what I experienced when I was trying it. Borderless makes it a lot easier to access other screens during streams, which feels very important to be able to communicate and say, and like even more directly communicating with you guys. Also, I don't think I would have been able to show you the Red Mage opener on over the game if I had played full screen. And Akira says, when I find a job difficult, I just back away from it a bit and then come back to it when I have a clear mind. That is a way to do it. There's no reason to go at a job if you find it too difficult to work with right now. I spend a lot of time researching jobs before I throw myself at trying to play it right. But it's also been a while since I played a job from like level 1. And Stealthy Spy, ominous name, asks, on what server do you play? I play on Louis Soir. My main is on Louis Soir on Chaos. And my alt that I do main quest streams on is on Alpha Light. So both are on the European data centers. And Sip says, and for anyone that doesn't get, has a little bit of a problem following that, Sipping Jackets is mackerel in the stream chat. It says, when I had a worse GPU, I used full screen to get a lower resolution, but I do prefer being able to click out the screen without having to alt-tab. And Akria says, I get overwhelmed easily, so I have to back away from a job sometimes. That's okay. One way I like to practice rotations or practicing a job is to go to this to Stone Sky Sea. Do you know what Stone Sky Sea is, Akira? Stealthy Spy says Alpha Light. Oh, Odin Knight. Well, you keep in mind, Stealthy Spy, that if you're on any EU data center, you can visit any EU world. You just have to, if you want to visit Chaos, you have to do it from the character select instead of in-game. And thank you. Thank you for the subscription. And Akira says, I unlocked Stone Sky Sea today. It is a really weirdly hidden away feature in the game. The most helpful part about Stone Sky Sea, and I think a lot of players that have just unlocked it don't realize this. I think the easiest way is to just show you. They'll go to the level 90 Stone Sky Sea. And I don't know, sure, warrior. Oh, I need to be not in a party. Sorry about that. So I go to the level 90 synced test dummy. That means that my item level is set to 560, which means that if two players have significantly different gear, you can actually compare your actual performance against each other by doing this one if you wanted to. This is mostly for fun. But the key thing is that I could use in a release now 60-second cooldown and just click it off, leave, Just straight up leave. Because I made a mistake or something. Doesn't matter. Now everything is put on cooldown so that you can't abuse this in any way. Because if I enter again, then inner release is ready again. Which means that if you're having trouble with an opener, or maybe you tend to mess up your rotation precisely on step 2 in your 2-minute burst, which means that, oh, now I have to wait 2 minutes for my cooldowns again to try from the beginning, you can just leave. If you're in the Stone Sky Sea, you can just leave. You can just walk out the door and try again. You don't have to wait for your cooldowns. It is extremely helpful for practicing this. And while the encounters last at most 3 minutes, your average boss fight tends to not give you 3 minutes of uninterrupted bashing. to just do your rotation. So it wouldn't be that helpful to have completely mastered doing your rotation for 5 or 10 minutes at a time, because you wouldn't be allowed to do that in most situations anyway. The Stealthy Spy says, on the matter of difficult jobs, I've tried leveling all the jobs together and gotten them to level 87. Wow. And if I find a job difficult, I just throw myself at a target dummy in a city or something. That is a pretty good way to do it. I know that a lot of players have done that. Thank you. And Seti says, I would love if they would update Stone Sky Sea with more custom options, like customizing the time limit would be great. Yeah. It would also be nice, and this was something that was mentioned the last time I showed off what Stone Sky Sea is on stream, if, I don't know, there was a button to queue in for it, instead of you having to just remember where the NPC is. That would be nice. Like, a lot of players have unlocked it and then promptly forgotten that it exists because it's not anywhere obvious. The only way to access Stone Sky Sea is to actually walk up to the NPC to get to it. But what I want to say that is super valuable about the Stone Sky Sea is that because you can kill the same dummy like repeatedly, and you can kill it faster or slower depending on your performance or your luck, simply because of that, you can practice and you will be able to see, without a DPS meter or anything, you will be able to tell whether you did better or worse between attempts. And you will be able to practice your opener. You'll be able to practice your opener and your downtime, your 1-minute burst, your 2-minute burst, and you will be able to practice, if your job has any, finishing move tricks, if that makes any sense. Finishing move tricks being stuff like Monk using 6-sided star as their final GCD on a boss and things like that. It gives you like the full package of things you would typically want to master that can be hard to master in a real combat setting. The opener, the 1-minute burst, the 2-minute burst, and the finisher. And the fight is just long enough to teach you all of it, to give you time to practice all of those things. Instead, he says, I don't think that they can add that because of spaghetti code. That's why stuff like Eureka or Bosha or the Loop Room is not in Dungeon Finder as well. Seti, I just want to highlight that Gold Saucer stuff is in the Duty Finder, so I could not possibly imagine that they couldn't add it. there might be something related to the spaghetti code not allowing them to add an extra button, but they could add it under something else and rename it. I don't know, rename guild hests to practice content, and then have guild hests and Stone Sky Sea and the Smith's practice room and things like that there. They could, I think they could do it if they, like, they just need to know where to put it, if it's a matter of space. Stealthy Spy says, in your experience, what was the hardest job for you to play relatively well? Monk? I find Monk to be the hardest job to play in the game. I talk a bit more about that in detail in my recent video on the hardest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. Well, with that, I don't think that there is... Ah, I can see Asmak shared what they saw with the stream picture. That is really weird. I know that there is... I think I know how that can happen, because what I'm looking at is that Asmak has picture proof that the thumbnail was actually wrong on their end. The reason that that could happen is that I used the previous stream as a template to host, to create this stream. But the first thing I did was change the thumbnail. So I do not know why it made that mistake. And Stealthy Spy says, I'd say, personally, it's Black Mage just because of how often you have to stay still. Well, the job that I mentioned just before Monk in my hardest jobs video is Black Mage. So, but I don't think I have anything left on the menu. We've done basically all of the content that I set out to do. We didn't get to do Frontline, but we did get to talk about a lot of other things. But I don't have anything. We're not doing any more content for tonight, so what I would do is, I think this is a great time to round up the stream. And on that note, I think I've advertised the Discord 2 times within like 15 minutes now, so let's not do that again. There is a link on the YouTube channel. Like, if you go to my channel, there's like a little Discord thing that says Community Discord or something like that. Click that, then you get an invite. If you missed the link, or you remember later that you want to join the Discord, there's also a lot of my videos that has a forever link in the description. With that said, I'd like to talk a little bit about what's happening for the rest of the week on the channel. Tomorrow, I'm releasing a starter guide for Machinists that covers the first 50 levels of the job. And no, we're not starting from level 1, we're starting from level 30 and explaining how the job works at level 30. And then Thursday, the high level guide is coming out, which covers from level 51 to 90 and spends like a good third of the video almost talking about how to play at level 90. Goes in detail with both the opener and the 2-minute burst, which is not easy. It's not easy. And details pretty much all of the things I think you need to know as a machinist to like really work on mastering it. Of course, the moment you get into like real content, you will notice that it isn't always easy to do the 2-minute burst, and there will be times where you have to freestyle it. Talk a little bit about that too. But you will have all of the things you need to get really far and get better with the job. And then Friday, I have a video about why it is okay to suck at Final Fantasy XIV. And I do believe that we have talked multiple times on this stream alone about the fact that it is okay for things to be hard, and it is better to view things you find easy as an achievement for you rather than other players being bad. So you can probably see that my perspective on this subject is that I'm very, very open to new players and players that are having a hard time. The game. It's not an easy game, even if it feels easy sometimes. And then of course Saturday, we're continuing the main quest in Shadowbringers, where I do believe we might possibly manage to do Kitana Ravel. And then we also have a morning mount farming stream on Sunday. So if you are awake at such a time and you play on EU servers and you have a level 90 job and you have the Shadowbringers Extreme Trials unlocked, you might just be able to join us. Anyway, I think that's everything I have. So assuming you haven't all fallen asleep in my long advertisement spiel, the only thing I have left to say is good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. That's a lot of ants. And I hope to see you guys really soon. And I hope you will find my Machinist guides helpful or interesting. Do you guys that are on the screen want to wave good night or goodbye? Good night. Oh, there's Rubia. Let's try one more time. Good night. See you all very soon.